Hello and welcome back to the Senior Detectives, myself, the Blobber, and Miss Morrigan Nightshade,
Hello, hello.
playing our Senior Detectives playthrough of the Sherlock Holmes games. We're up to Jack the Ripper, and this is episode or recording 2. We have solved or investigated 2 of the murders,
Yes.
and we have several more to go based on Maury's historical knowledge of the actual Jack the Ripper's cases. So we were about halfway done, which is reasonable. Maybe we can get it done this recording, we'll see. Now, what we just told to do... What we just told to do...
If you go to dialogue, it should say, I would think.
So, yep. Watson ran away because he had that patient to deal with.
Hmm.
We're meant to decipher the letter. Okay, do we do this at our desk? No. There's a coded note thing that we're meant to decipher. Do we do it at this desk? Do we use this on desk?
Let's decipher the encoded
Yes!
words in the message that Watson found at the London hospital.
Now let's watch how unscientific it will be.
He meant the music, Salah. It really doesn't help that the bottom of these symbols are missing. Like, they look like half of Roman numerals.
Mm-hmm. Let's just assume they are Roman numerals. And that just, in some cases, the V has disappeared.
Yeah, like the bottom... This one appears to be fully here. You can see the full V triple I.
Uh-huh.
And this one is also here, but some of them, like the plain old V. But this might be because we're operating at super mega giga modern resolutions that the game kind of just doesn't like. Possibly.
It looks like we need 2 documents to be able to decode this.
Well, I would expect to have encountered a Roman numeral book by now, if that was the... But it might be that we have to leave, can we leave, and go find more books. So, are there more books in here?
Does he not want to interact with his own bookshelf?
No, he says the bookshelf is empty.
I see. I mean, it's hardly empty, but...
Well,
oh well.
empty of things that we can interact with.
Yes.
We interacted with it that once before, and now never again. Also very rigorous with closing the doors behind him. So maybe bookshop? Maybe bookshop.
Maybe bookshop.
I have no reason to go that way.
No! But at least the game tells us.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so that means we have all
I
the
have no
clues
reason
to
to go
deal
that
with
way.
this.
I have no reason to go that way.
It looks like it doesn't want us to go anywhere.
I have no reason to go that way.
We already must have all we need, or else I've missed an item in my please show me where all the items are.
Could we
So
have a
let's-
look at it on the desk again?
Yeah, let's go actually rigorously through all our
Good.
documents.
Let's decipher the encoded words in the message that Watson found at the London hospital. Good.
Can I?
Let's decipher
Oh, it
the
wants me to-
encoded words in the message that Watson found
I'm
at
like,
the
why
London
aren't you
hospital.
doing it? I asked you to do it.
Good. Let's decipher the encoded words in the message that Watson found at the London hospital.
There we go. Let's assume that it's letter
What's
equals...
the S?
Like number equals number, maybe?
The index of the Spartacus encyclopedias seems to have a connection with this letter.
Oh. I hadn't even realized that that would be... I thought this was part of this. Not like a clickable thing.
I thought maybe it was a symbol for something else that we hadn't figured out yet. So one of the documents is the encyclopedia thing.
So this is the same S as this.
Yes. And then we also have the, from the same one, the plants and spices. How those two are gonna help us, I'm unsure of. Oh, and they gave us the alphabet.
That has given us the alphabet at the bottom now? Okay. Do I match them with here? Do I match them with here? Okay.
I think it's just to give you an idea that one is A.
Oh, okay. Well, that was there were two things that I thought it could be. There was the simple yes. Convert Roman numeral 1 into normal number 1 and then say number 1 is A, number 26 is Z. And the other option would be like, if we actually had to use the book proper, maybe this is like the word, the Xth number word in that page of this book, the encyclopedia book.
Yeah. But that makes me wonder.
So trying the linear alphabet idea.
Yeah, let's just try it. Maybe not that one though, with the E. Because what I'm wondering is if the one that looks like it's a V missing the bottom is the
Could be an
X.
Yeah. But
Because
given how many
otherwise
there
there's
are,
no...
it kind of looks likely to be an E, especially with like ending a word.
I would agree. I just find it really strange that this entire coded message doesn't have any letter that goes beyond
9.
those first couple. Yeah.
Like, this could be XX. I mean, that actually suggests that these are XX rather than Vs. So that's 20. Actually, I should just go -6. 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. We think that's probably a T. An ECT sounds very English spelling. Although only one T is a bit odd. T's a fairly common letter.
It is.
So we think that's what? 10, 1 before 5, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That would make sense to be W. 23, so go back 3. 1, or 26, 25, 24, 23. Yes.
That seems to support that theory.
10, 5, 15. And that's probably an M then. 13? Yes. New command something woman something something. 10, 14. Oh. Oh. How is that? Oh, no. This is X1 before X, not X1 before V. So 19. 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19. S. That's also odd, because S is a fairly common letter as well.
Yeah.
10, 25, so that's a Y. 12.
Oh, subject. I think the third verse is probably subject.
Yeah, the B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. J. Which suggests this is a U. So that should be 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. Yep. Agreed.
Mhm.
9?
Delivery?
Or is-
No, that would be a
yeah,
double.
That's 9.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is L. It's instead of like this is 1 before 5, or 1 before 10, but this is 2 the other side, so it's 3 from the I. 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's an I. And then is this a V? 22. So go back 4. 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. And then that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You have to
5,
fix
6, 7,
your L
8.
though, because you put in L's before. So now it's 2 L's and 2 different numbers in that.
Ah. No. No, that's...
Not that L,
Oh,
the
that
other L.
one.
Yes.
That should be an R then. So it should be...
Yeah.
What? 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. 10, 5, 3. Yep, that's 18. Check. And what... That should maybe be an F. Wharfdale sounds reasonable. 1, 2, 3...
Wharfdale sounds reasonable.
6. Yes, 6 fits. But then what is...
Elementary.
What was the 17? Maybe it's number? New command, subject woman, delivery... But the 17 was before the Wharfdale. Oh, they mean like 17 Wharfdale something, blah blah blah, like a letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Like an address.
Okay.
My dear Watson, I congratulate you on your investigation. This letter seems to well and truly confirm the organized trafficking of bodies in London.
My God, how dreadful.
Watson, we must go to the address that appears in this message. I would suggest you take your weapon.
It hasn't left my side since the beginning of this whole affair, Holmes.
I'll also be putting on my workman's disguise again. One never knows.
But what about me, Holmes?
Stay as you are, Watson. At worst, you can pass as my employer. Find Wharfdale
You look so
Road on the
shabby,
map of London,
at
Watson.
worst.
Understood, Holmes.
Okay, do we have a new teleport thing? And also, you know what? Let's be a bit more rigorous. We were underutilizing this yesterday. More saves.
Nah, it was fine. You gotta go put on your disguise first, though. Even though it's,
Last time he automatically disguised up. When we were about to go
when
into
you
the...
put on the jacket, wasn't it?
No, so there was that. We came in here and we put on like a sweater or something. But then the next time we were going to visit the pub, he said outside, I should wear my disguise. And then without making us go back, it just automatically...
I forgot about that
The
part.
cutscene
Maybe
did
he's
the
already wearing
disguising.
it.
Yeah, so I suspected this time it's going to do the same thing. I mean, we'll find out if it says, like, when I go to click on wherever the new map thing is.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Here we are, Watson.
Yeah, if
17
he says,
Wharfdale
I
Road.
haven't got my
Let's be
disguise.
careful.
You think so, Holmes? This house seems to be abandoned.
He's probably wearing it and we just can't see it because first-person view.
Oh, so if we had been in the other view, do you think he would have, like, Sailor Moon
Already
Transformo magic? Transformed
Yes.
instantly into the other clothing
Magical
set?
girl Sherlock.
This rope seems strong. It is sure to come in handy.
Can I have it?
I need
Yes,
something.
we can probably cut it with our knife.
Oh, okay. I'm like, why didn't he pick it up? Because we need to attack the rope.
It was very sturdy after all.
This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course. This stone was blocking the wheel.
Yeah, it's chocked. And then this is push the
I
trolley.
can't do that.
Yeah, we can only push the trolley once we've fixed the wheel, presumably.
A tarred
There's
cover.
something over here.
Can I pick it up?
There, this piece of tarpaulin is very thin, but solid enough for our purposes.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
I agree!
What
I agree,
purpose?
Watson. We just arrive here and start picking everything up. We've gone full Nancy Drew.
Sherlock has a plan. He just hasn't deemed it to share it with anyone else yet.
And there's something interesting on the ground.
Given the layer of dust accumulated in the square, this door must rarely open.
Okay. Secret tunnel. Yeah, there is a secret tunnel.
With footsteps.
Which we cannot... Oh, no, we might be able to measure them.
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently.
No.
This door was
Boo!
recently reinforced.
There has been
and
zero
possible to
footstep
We're lost.
measuring.
We lost
This
the
door was
footsteps.
recently reinforced.
They didn't
Impossible
implement
to
that
open
from
it.
the Paris.
They decided it wasn't a fun mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are we allowed in?
Closed. This lock is solid, but very old. I should be able to force it.
Okay, I have a knife.
This lock is
No.
solid, but very old.
You're just
I should be able to
unequipped. Oh,
force
there we
it.
What shall we do, Holmes?
What shall we do, Watson? Is there a window? Because if we've got rope, my instinct is grappling hook. Haha.
but we have no hook.
This is true. Maybe we don't need a hook. Maybe we... Indiana Jones.
Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are joking, Holmes?
He's doing
No,
good
Watson,
running
we
commentary.
Never joke. We never joke, Watson.
I mean, the only other item we have is the tarp.
Yeah, but we
This
can
trolley
definitely
seems to be
climb
in
on
good
that
condition,
trolley.
apart from the broken wheel, of course.
Well, my instinct was that we have to fix the wheel, push the trolley across to underneath here, and we use it like a step.
Yeah. Same.
No, I can't do that.
But we haven't
there's-
found a wheel.
Oh,
This
Can we take a
wheel is
wheel
in
from
good
that
shape,
trolley?
but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck.
Can we use a knife on the pin?
I wouldn't want to use a knife like this on wood, but
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck.
no. But there's also more that we haven't explored.
Nothing of interest here.
A guy resting, in air quotes, against the wall.
I can understand why Sherlock doesn't want to go and interrupt that.
We open this door. No. Well, the only other item we have is the tarp and the rope, so...
Tarp on wheel.
This wheel is in good shape, but... This wheel is in good shape,
No,
but
and then
it
the
is
last option is use... Well, then I am a bit bamboozled.
There must be something we're missing then. Something we haven't found.
Well, it could also be talking to you.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
No. Well, what if we try rope and tarp on door?
This This lock is solid, but very
I would
old.
think
What shall we
tar
do,
more than
Holmes?
rope.
There, by sliding this piece of tarred tarpaulin, I was able to quite simply force the lock. Let's go in.
Incredible.
Oh, the idea is we're using it like a credit card in a doorway. Okay.
These little metal instruments are rather curious. I'll take one.
Tools.
Yes, like might be necessary for removing a wheel?
Some makeup applicators. These jars contain chemical products. I have no idea what they are for. There's something here.
There's a pulley. But apparently we don't know we want the pulley yet.
Okay, but can we acknowledge that it's really rare that someone has set up a square of maps and pulleys?
It is very odd.
A trapdoor.
Maybe don't stand on it when we try and open it.
We must find a way to get down through it, Watson.
Incredible.
Oh, I thought it had somehow teleported us down there. Get out the way. I would assume we could interact with the pulley bits on the end and somehow pull the rope.
I need something.
Look like it.
To...
But you can probably attach the rope to the stairs and then lower yourself down.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Okay, I didn't imagine that for a second. I totally imagined it would be involving fiddling with the existing pulleys.
I will go
So-
down alone, Watson.
done, Maury.
Try to cover for me if
Thank you.
someone should happen along.
Understood, Holmes.
I don't like the fact that there's a fire currently burning
Yeah, it
here. That
suggests that there's a
indicates someone else
person,
has
yeah.
just
Pointed
been
poker.
here.
This is sure to come in handy. Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated.
Ah, you hand crank this and it acts like a lift.
Ah, so that you can haul in the body on the top stairs, put it on there, and then lower it down.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I daren't imagine where they came from. Pincers. A hammer. I'll take it. This old box must have held nails a long time ago. Nothing of interest.
Grabbing all the tools.
We are being, big thief this area.
We're definitely
may come
more
in
Nancy
handy.
Drew than we've been in the previous games.
I need something.
Can I
Oh,
do
we
it
probably
again?
need to fix something in
We
there.
probably
at
need
one
to
May
point.
come in
squish
handy.
something, yeah.
Yeah. Can we send the pulley up for Watson, by the way?
Yeah, we can have a look at that. If it will let me out of the screen. Oh, look, there's a key under there.
Oh.
Want.
It is a
And
stretcher
we need
that can
the
be
thing to
dismantled into
straighten
two
out the
pieces.
key.
I have to find a way to take it upstairs, I think. I'll be needing it.
No, I want the... Oh, we're not allowed to get it till we've sent the lift up.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
I'm sorry?
Reconnect wires.
Okay, it's presumably some sort of graph theory puzzle.
I would assume complete everything without, stepping over.
Okay, it looks like maybe don't cross the wires, but connect everything
Yeah.
once.
Yeah. You can't go backwards, so I'll make sure you choose the right way.
100%, like, no fails. Oh, now we've got a fail. Well, maybe you go over there? Okay.
Can you go all the way down? Oh.
No, you have to go... Because you can only travel, like, exactly horizontally or exactly diagonally. You can't travel in exact diagonals. So I don't know how you get to that one. Maybe
That's why
that has
I
to
thought
be
you
where you
wanted to
start.
go down before, where you went to the left.
If we reset, does it reset all of them? No, it resets one. The trouble is that this... Oh no, this one can be accessed from here. But that's also...
And then it's straight
Wait,
diagonal
can you
over
go
to the
here,
other one.
here? Are you allowed to go across? No, you aren't allowed to go across, but that could now come
But
here.
you don't need to.
Okay.
Elementary.
Well, until then we hadn't had any that the wire crossed over itself. And I kind of felt like that might be a bad thing, but it was allowed.
Yeah, but I was just thinking you could have gone the other way and it wouldn't have crossed over even, but oh well.
There's another solution that I didn't see that doesn't violate my fear.
I think so, but
That's
I'm
good,
not
Holmes.
sure.
I don't know why you brought this thing back up, but I can take it.
Perfect, Watson.
Watson is being the sole voice of reason.
This bent key just needs a
Don't
little
know why you're
repair
doing
job to
this,
make
but
it usable.
I'll take it, I guess.
Maybe I have to use the tongs on it?
This may come in handy. This may come in handy.
How do I...
This may come in handy.
Maybe I need to... Ah!
Delete.
Okay. And then we use this on it. Ta-da! Oh my god. Dad being a blacksmith is coming in useful. Good lord. Because we have a great big barn full of all this crap.
Mm-hmm.
Let me out. Anything else?
Don't
Footsteps.
think so. Was there
Footsteps.
anything with
Apparently this passage is used frequently.
coffin?
Ah!
A coffin, recently made and already broken.
The only thing that seems to indicate that it might
The
still want
fuse
fiddling
box
with
is
is
burned.
this, but...
The lift is blocked. I'll have to find another way out.
Now this presumably
Yes.
needs the key.
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door.
And so, Holmes?
Completely different key.
It's too dark. I really... Okay, let me look at the side view. Okay, this way is...
What are we
You
doing,
can go up the
Holmes?
stairs and then you're good.
What are we doing? Well, aren't we now using our wheel on this thing?
We don't have a wheel. We need to remove the wheel. We just have
Oh.
the tools to remove the good wheel.
Which tool? I would assume...
And then we would probably need a cart
The metal
to
stick.
This
hold
little
that
instrument
wheel.
will serve perfectly as a pin punch.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Oh no. What? Why did... you need to go inside and get the pieces that you sent up with the lift, by the way.
Elementary.
But what the devil are you
Do
doing,
we?
Holmes?
He said he had them. I would have
When
assumed...
does Watson ever have anything?
We can't even open the door, though.
Okay, fine. I guess we trust Watson.
My faith in Watson is rewarded. Now, can we
No,
push this?
I can't do that.
Do I have to hammer it in?
This stone was blocking the wheel.
No, there was an extra stone. Now can I push it? There was an extra chalk.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Okay.
Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are joking, Holmes?
If only we had that,
The thing that could be like a ladder
yeah.
that you want, that supposedly
Yeah,
he has.
What do you
Give
think, Holmes?
me
What
the
shall we do,
item.
Holmes?
Oh well, if you could just click on the wall there, does he say that it just that allow him
Now
to
it's
go up?
become interactable again. Now that we need it. Oh, the objects are. No objects on table. Objects on table. No objects on table. Objects on table.
This room is just haunted.
But where is the? Is it through this door?
Closed.
Maybe Watson is
No, I
carrying
click
it.
on the trap door and it gives it to us.
Okay.
So it's invisibly there. That's a bit dodgy. Do I have to hammer them together?
So,
Do I have to poker them together? Do I
so
have
we
to-
couldn't trust Watson.
We could not trust. No, it turned out we could not trust Watson.
Look, if we lift a board from
Yeah,
this
yeah,
window,
yeah.
we should be able to pass through. But first we have
It's
to
my
get
fault.
ourselves
I didn't
up
equip
there.
the new object.
You
I'm
are
sorry.
joking,
I'm
Holmes.
sorry. I'm sorry. There. Yes. But now how do I...
I need something.
Rope? We don't have rope anymore. Well, the options
I
are
need
pokers, hammer,
I need something.
pincers,
I need something.
and kniff.
I need something.
Then I'm a bit bamboozled. Can we go back in the room? Did we miss something? Deep into the darkness peering, long we stood there. We can. Did we miss some nails or something that we have to assemble the... I pick up the rope again? That we have to assemble the ladder thing. Seemingly no, unless I bend this into a hook shape.
That could be it.
No, no, no. Well, it might be. It depends on how they want us to bend this into a hook. Nope, there's no more point to interact with above the...
Can we combine any of our current tools?
Poker with hammer. Okay, so we're making a... like, ice... I want a rock climbing piton.
Okay, so now he can probably climb it then.
No, that isn't what we used it for. We used it to smack holes in it to use as
But the
handholds.
cart is gone. The
I hope
cart
this
is
ladder will
completely
support my
gone.
weight.
The ladder is now just magically
need something.
standing in the...
Pincers?
Let's go.
My God, Holmes. Where are we?
For us to find out, my friend. This woman is dead, Watson.
Yes, several days ago, Holmes, but the body is perfectly preserved. No odor, no visible decomposition.
It's worse than that. She's dead, Jim.
Strange smell. What do you think, Watson?
A zinc chloride solution without a doubt. A product generally injected into cadavers to help preserve them. Look, Holmes, a label from the London hospital. It must be a corpse stolen from the London hospital.
Yeah, we'll look at your face in a sec.
This may come in handy. Look at this photo. It is inscribed Ethel Broomstreet, 1851 to 1878. This young woman who died 10 years ago looks like the one stretched out on this table.
Perhaps her mother? Or maybe they could have had the cadaver for that long. No, but if they're injecting it with stuff, presumably they haven't had the cadaver that long.
No.
Some makeup applicators. Someone made up this corpse. The lips have been colored and the rings around the eyes carefully camouflaged. Yes, somebody wanted to give the impression of life.
To what end?
Maybe that's a question better left unanswered. Souvenir of Liverpool, autumn 1883. I give you my love, Alexis, Mum.
This old photo shows a young man dressed after the fashion of an employee in front of a shop. These clothes are new, just like the deceased's dress. I imagine her clothes were changed. Watson, this corpse was embalmed and made up
It's the
and dressed
exact
to look like a
same dress
woman
that
who
we
had
said
died
was
10 years
meant
earlier.
to
Get
be
burnt? Yeah.
burnt. Yeah.
Oh, no, we already looked at that. We didn't look at the eyeballs.
Glass eyes in all shapes and all colors. It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
These all need to be 8, or they need to add up to 8. 5, 2, and 1 would add up to 8. But it is unclear. Ah! We can move this around. Okay, so how do we make 8? 4, 3, and 1. Yes. How do we make 8 again? 7 and 1. How do we make 0? There. It's currently showing 0. I can't make 0 because now I can't exclusively select the 0. If we set reset, does it fully go back
It's a
to the
puzzle
start?
box. Let's see if I can open it.
Okay, so this cares about the order that we remove things.
Yes.
But it's also changed.
Yes.
That's terrifying. It has anti-brute force measures, Maury.
I love it.
You love it. I mean, that... If I could select one more, that would be 8. Well, 6 and 2 seems fairly obvious. Are there other options? There's 5 and 3, but we can't select only 5 and 3.
Oh. 2 and 6 is the only one that we can properly select that way.
4.
4 and 0.
4 and 0, sure. I don't think any other option exists, because everything's too big.
Mhm.
8.
You can do 3 and 5.
There, yep. Yeah, I don't think any other thing is acceptable. Only 3 could be there. And nothing else. Only 3 again. But do we need to get rid of both or one? Considering that... Well, I don't think it matters. Well, it could matter to how we select...
If we get another 0, it matters. Or if we need to get to the 8.
So that's a little rude of the game. Which do you want to do? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
I'm fine with doing 0 and 3.
Okay. 8 could be this. And I don't think anything else.
No.
So it has to be
I don't
that.
think so.
But now we're... Now we're bamboozled.
Because we wouldn't be able to do even if we had removed the 3 in another way. So somewhere it went wrong.
That was allowed. That was a 6, a 3, and a 2.
Is it just it has to contain it somehow?
I think you're allowed to do operations other than plus, maybe. Like if there's 3, you can do 1 plus another minus the other.
There we are. Magnificent. This square
That would
object is
definitely
very
make
unusual.
it less likely to get stuck.
Stuck, yeah. Letter found at house number 17, Wafdle Road. Here is the information that the boss was able to find out about the client. Ethel loved pink and spoke in a composed and soft voice. At the end, she couldn't do more than whisper, but she was still able to sing some of the Schubert tunes that she loved. She would undoubtedly have been a virtuoso on the violin if her husband hadn't impeded her. Instructions: pink robe, assorted jewellery, séance planned for 1 week hence. But the body will be taken today or tomorrow by 2 chaps that the boss recruited. Their sign of recognition will be a triangle and a square attached with a red ribbon. Presumably that thing that we just picked up, the thing that I thought was some sort of amulet? Necklace? No worries, they seem to be professionals, they won't be a problem. Important, mind the quality of your lime for fixing the false eyes. During seance, and there's no scroll downy, so that's all that needs to be known. So people are using the cadavers to trick people into thinking they're being haunted by, or that their seances are real and that they're seeing their dead loved ones.
Yes, so they're finding people who are similar enough that with makeup and some fake eyes and things, they will look like the person.
This letter speaks of a sign of recognition. Interesting.
Yeah, this with a red ribbon, so... What? It clearly said that with a red ribbon. Triangle and a square attached with a red ribbon. Oh, that's only a square without a triangle. Okay. I mean, those are triangles, if you ignore the square thing at the center, but...
Yeah.
Escape this screen, please. Prince Alexander Raskalinov, Spiritualism, Contact with the Hereafter. After becoming a celebrity in the court of the Tsar of all of Russia for having invoked the greatest figures of the past, such as Napoleon, Ivan the Terrible, Alexander the Great, and Robin Hood, Alexander Raskalinov is now in the service of the humble. His exceptional gift for divination allows him to invoke your dearly departed to make them come back to life under your very eyes. They will speak to you and appear in the window of time created by the vital energy of your servant.
And there you see the jewelry that we have to create.
Ah, so because we didn't know this yet, maybe?
Amusing. The man in the photo taken in 1883 and the one on Prince Raskolnikov's leaflet are one and the same, and no more a prince or a Russian than you or I, Watson. All is clear, Watson. A charlatan passing himself as a prince, making the dead come back by using corpses as puppets.
Which explains the disappearance of corpses at the London hospital. It was to fuel this sordid entertainment.
Now can we make it? Do I have to combine this with these?
No, because I think you're gonna have to find the triangle that it goes into. If you look at the poster. Oh, well, you can't look at the poster.
That thing that it's... I thought that was somehow
Yeah.
part of his shirt, but no, you're right. It did say a square and a triangle. So, I was thinking these littler things were the triangles. Anyway.
This door was recently reinforced. This
There's
cheap
the
jewel must be an
triangle.
accessory of some sort.
don't know why we want it, but presumably we
This
want
door
it.
was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Do we just go back out the window?
Holmes, I hear a cab stopping in the courtyard. Someone's coming.
It is probably the dealers, Watson, but instead of running, what if we were to meet them, if we managed to win their trust?
You are joking, Holmes?
This is why we have this thing. But let's save in case they realise that we're fake, for some strange reason.
Oi, what you doing there, you? It's private in here.
Calm down, we aren't here as tourists. We have come to collect our packet.
Oh, well then, you just had to say. I was told that you weren't no tramps, but I weren't expecting that you was... Given your get-up, I guess your boss.
Yes.
Well, the subject ain't ready yet. I ain't done with it yet. You'll have to come back.
Well, that's, a real problem.
I want organs?
Say, we have personal orders too, for some organs. You wouldn't know where we can find them.
What type then?
Kidney, uterus.
Oi, I don't hack up my dollies. That's the work of an artist.
But you wouldn't happen to have a colleague who might furnish this type of item?
No, you can't make a copper doing that nowadays. Since the bigwigs made it easy to get stiffs, the medical schools are bursting with bodies to carve up. Docs and students have got all they need. Business is dead. For a few coppers, hospital bloke might help you out, but I don't know for sure. They'd be right in for it if they got caught. It probably just ain't worth it.
I understand. And what do you do with the corpses once you're finished with them?
I don't bother myself with that. But one thing's for sure. After the séance, they're good for nothing but chucking out. I ain't Napoleon's embalmer.
Well, if you'll excuse...
He's got a funny way of talking, you.
Oi, it's normal. He's a brain, you see. A thinker at that. Seize you round, old man.
So, Holmes, the corpses that have disappeared from the London hospital
You sound too
are
clever.
used during séances. Nothing to do with organ trafficking.
Yes, it all suggests nothing of the kind is underway in London. In the medical world, all dealings would be visible, not to mention unnecessary. The crook we met confirmed this viewpoint. It's hard to imagine, therefore, that our Whitechapel killer perpetrated these massacres with the goal of selling the organs.
What
And
lead
he's
should we
mutilating the
follow
body.
now, Holmes?
Try to learn more about Tumblety. This squibby should give us some information, but first I must stop the journalist Tom Bulling from harming him. I hope my secret police will soon have some information on him. While we wait, Watson, I would ask you to inform your colleagues of your recent discoveries. It would be good if these morbid ghostly spectacles stopped, and this will need to be done at the London hospital.
You are right, Holmes.
Back home?
Another false lead followed by the police, Holmes?
You date?
Yesterday's Times says that a John Fitzgerald who had claimed responsibility for the murder of Annie Chapman has finally been released. He was, it says, lying.
That's of little importance, Watson.
It's incredible. It's been more than 3 weeks since the murderer struck, and the tension is as strong as ever. The press won't stop talking about him, and people are still full of fear. Perhaps the killer got what he wanted, people talking about him, and has chosen to stop committing crimes. What do you think, Holmes?
I doubt it, Watson. Everything leads me to believe that he is in hiding and waiting for the right moment. The area is packed with police, and that would obviously hamper his work.
You think he will start again, Holmes?
I have every reason to believe nothing will stop him short of his arrest or his death. Sadly, our investigation has reached a dead end, and I fear that we'll need another victim to get back on track.
Yes, how awful. And what of the case of the burnt mat? Have you resolved that?
Oh, that's a matter of little interest, and resolving will be of no benefit, above all to Miss Fleming. Ha! I hear the footsteps of my faithful Wiggins on the stairs. The game is afoot again, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, the scribbler resurfaced. At last
old
word,
Timmy.
Pounce saw him racing to Central News Agency where he works.
Excellent, Wiggins. And still nothing on the doctor?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. He's one sleek yank, but we'll find him.
Good work. Here's something for you. I must leave you, Watson. If I can get my hands on this bulling, I will have much more interesting news on the bothersome Tumblety. I have only to change. If you can, Watson, I entreat you to stay here and await my word. We may not be more than two when the time to act comes.
You can count on me, Holmes.
Hey. There don't seem to be any new things.
I must go to the Central News Agency.
Well, goodbye then.
Is it in Whitechapel?
No, it's the little one with the corner. Go back. Bottom corner.
Ah. Streamer blindness. Thank you, Mari.
I must go to the Central News Agency. I am at the press agency where bulling works.
The Central News Agency, the night of September. A choo-choo!
The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot.
That has a lot of letters. 1428. That's like almost 60 different possible letters and symbols.
What do you want?
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop.
Obviously, we've given him the pamphlet about the seance.
Good evening. I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me a tip. He wanted to save a scope for me. He always gets a good dirt, and yet when he comes in here, it's just to warm his behind. Look, he pulled his desk over the stove.
Listen, Scoop, I'm bringing it over. Only if Bulling isn't here, I'm leaving.
Wait, what's this scoop?
Bulling promised me a reward for info. There's a charlatan who does spiritualist seances that are a little bit special. He steals corpses from the morgue, puts makeup on them, dresses them up, and then uses them as puppets.
I'll give you your dues. We'll pay you if this info is true.
I'll write down the address of the hideout on the crook's leaflet, but the police will be in on this one, so you better get there in time.
Understood. I'll go alone. Too bad for Bulling.
Hey, you wouldn't have a little something in advance?
Look on Bulling's desk. I know that he always leaves a few coins around for his snitches. Cheers.
Watson won't be pleased that I'm divulging the case, but I don't see any other way.
Mr. Moore, I've noticed that one of your employees, Thomas Bulling, arrived at the meeting in a state of inebriation. I must ask you to take care of your team's discipline. I know that you indulge this journalist, given the explosive information he manages to flush out, but the behaviour is unacceptable. It should not repeat itself, or I will hold you personally responsible, the assistant director.
Bulling's boss, Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist. A mirror. A mirror.
Okay, do we have to do a light reflection puzzle?
A telephone, a device that enables you to talk with anyone in London, provided the receiver has a telephone too.
Permit me to defend myself against the slanderous accusations brought against me. You were not lied to regarding the facts. Mr. Bulling spends all of his time in the most odious of pubs. But I'm only doing my work as a journalist. It's during these outings that I can find the best information, because I am thus in contact with the common man. Let me prove to you, dear boss, that I can bring to this agency what it deserves. The most extraordinary and most stimulating information.
Even handwriting, yet fairly recognizable. This is Bulling's desk, the one closest to the stove. These are Bulling's notes. They are of little interest at the moment, but one never knows. This may come in handy.
I mean, that feels like half of something that we have to reassemble, but it's supposedly not interesting.
Some coins. I will take them. That
I mean,
will
we have already
avoid
had that
suspicion if the
puzzle in the
journalist
game,
returns.
so it would be a bit strange for it to repeat itself.
Charred match.
And there's nothing else. So cloth, Bulling's note, I owe you.
The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. Bulling recently used the stove.
Am I meant to use the cloth?
A torn piece of blotting paper. Curious, curious. It looks like someone wanted to destroy this piece of blotting paper that had red ink on it. I can make out a few more letters, but backwards. I need something to help me.
A mirror!
A mirror.
Oh, come on.
By putting this piece of blotting paper in front of the mirror, I can read what is written.
Important information on the Whitechapel killer. Call by telephone WA.
Apparently, our journalist gets his information by telephone too. Sadly, the name is almost erased.
Do we make the phone call?
If I telephone one of Bulling's contacts pretending to be his assistant, I might learn something of interest.
Walsby, WA?
Yeah.
This page
Probably.
has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
But it doesn't have his number.
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Well, maybe we call the others. Also, I kind of just want to find out what the voice lines do if you ring the wrong ones.
I need more information.
What?
This page has some light ink.
You need the coins.
No, but coins aren't information.
I need more information. This page has some light ink stains. It contains. This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Oh yeah, because it's the same one, so it's 1875.
Because this looks like the mirror of this.
Yes.
Like, is the same as.
Mm-hmm.
Walesby 1875, an ingenious way to save his contact. Central, Walesby 1875, if you will. Thank you, I will wait.
Walesby, I am listening.
Hello, my dear man. I'm calling on behalf of Tom Bulling.
Bulling? So you know where this hypocrite, this liar, this...
Not at all. He is currently unobtainable. In the meantime, he has left me with a note asking me to pursue his work, and he told me that you were aware...
That's just great. I dropped everything off at his agency, but he didn't even bother to do the same for me. Tell me he at least gave you the information that I was asking in return.
I am ready, sir. I'm listening.
Do the police have a suspect for the bizarre theft of cigarettes and carrots that took place at the Commercial Street Market?
What? The head of the Tories, he was searching for a rabbit in secrecy. so tempting given they just had their election-y stuff.
Yes.
Scotland Yard will surely be your best representative? Vote for me. I make a lot of noise.
See, I really like Scotland Yard is searching for a rabbit that coughs.
Sure. How do we...
On the yellow, on the bottom. You place it on the yellow.
I think, according to Bulling, that Inspector
Aw.
Lestrade's team is looking for a rabbit with a bad cough.
Ah, damned Bulling. One day he'll be in some serious trouble for mocking the police. And now, can you tell me, with regards to the parliamentary scandal, what did the head of the Whig Party respond to the Tories who were treating him as a great incompetent?
The head of the Tories, he... makes a lot of noise, or will surely be your best representative?
Hmm.
Because he's a great incompetent, he will be the best one of them, as in they're all incompetent.
Sure.
But apparently not, because it hasn't... No, it doesn't
He
like...
doesn't want to say.
It doesn't like that answer. So... The other one that would make
Makes a lot
sense
of
would be
noise.
vote for me.
I will surely be your best representative. It's a very normal thing to say in this situation, I would think.
According to Bulling, the head of the Whigs said, "Vote for me,
No.
I will
Oh,
be
yeah.
your best representative."
Good. That'll make for a good paper. There is one last question. According to a government social study, civil servants make the best husbands. Why?
A civil servant is never tired, and... in secrecy?
Has already read the newspaper?
When he comes home from work, he is never tired and... goes around and makes a lot of noise?
I still think it is has already read the newspaper, so he won't sit down and read the newspaper. He will actually talk to you.
Okay, so...
I believe I can confirm that it is.
Yeah, he does know work and he's
Servants
already
aren't
read the
tired,
newspaper,
and have already
okay.
read the paper when they come home from work.
Very true. Good. It seems like Bulling has finally done his work.
As everything is all in order, can you now tell me where the information is that you sent to the agency?
Yes. There is a large brown envelope near the dispatch cabinet. It's in there that we exchange our tips with Bulling.
1,000 thanks. Goodbye, sir.
My salutations to Bulling.
So, they said a cupboard? Not this cupboard. That's a door. This cupboard.
There are several documents in this file. Let's see.
Spring-Heeled Jack, the Terror of London. Fantastical character. First appearance in 1837. Associated with several suspicious muggings and robberies taking place in London and other parts of England. Description. A diabolical appearance. Bat wings, horns, blue flames coming out of the mouth and/or eyes, etc. Identifying marks. All of the eyewitnesses speak of his capacity to make leaps of superhuman distance. Where his nickname. Because he's Spring-Heeled Jack, he can jump well. Conclusions. Having become the very example of the urban legends of our century, this character fascinates as much by his demonic and fantastical aura as by the fact that he has never been caught by the police. Important. At the time of the attacks against the young women, Lucy Scales and Jane Aslop, the papers covering the events have record sales for weeks. That is why Spring-Heeled Jack is the recurring hero of cheap fantasy publications and theatre pieces. Popular and financial success guaranteed.
I wonder why Bulling is studying this tale
So
about
since
Spring
there
Hill Jack
was
so
the
meticulously.
pop-up of the Penny Dreadful with Spring Hill Jack yesterday, I had to go and look at it again, and apparently there was a guy who was arrested and like everything pointed towards that he was Spring Hill Jack. But because one of the witnesses swear she'd seen flames coming out of his mouth and he said that he couldn't do that, he was let go.
I can't breathe fire.
So surely I am innocent because I cannot breathe fire.
Checks out.
Mm-hmm.
The Terror of
They let him
London.
go for them.
Spring Heel Jack, the Phantom Killer, the Butcher's Blade, the Whitechapel Butcher, Dr. Death, the London Ripper, the Bleeder, the Bloody Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Mr. Chapelmore, I thank you for the testimony of the Whitechapel Killer that you followed. Not easy authentication. Do not hand over to the press without an invitation. My thank you for your collaboration and your discretion. We shan't forget this, Inspector Aberline.
Well, well, a piece of information about the murders transmitted exclusively to the police without informing the press. That has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps I should go to the police station to get more information.
So it's time to leave. And Tom, about the letter. Given the thanks from Inspector Aberline, I think that they took the bait, even if they were defending themselves. Think of the second. We must be ready if he kills again. Either way, we must keep up the correspondence, be responsive. The idea will save us. We will get the information firsthand and we will make history. Stay quiet and keep a low profile. I am not really in the know, and you will be the first one who gets it if there's trouble. CM.
What does that mean? I have inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
What was that last bit? I should find something about...
You should head to the police station to find the letters. I think they're making the thing here that he has written some of the letters that's supposedly from the Ripper and sent it to the police.
I thought it was... Because, like, the previous thing was, like, I should go now to the police station. So I thought we'd leave. And then that next thing was kind of sounded to me like it was suggesting there's something else in here that we needed to find, but...
No, I think that was just you need to find the information there before you confront them at the Wasp's Nest.
Queen Victoria, to keep the journalists on their toes, I
But
suppose.
you could look at Queen Victoria.
I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches. Let's go to the police station.
Yeah, okay. So, Whitechapel, here...
Let's go to the police station.
Whitechapel, night of September the 29th/30th.
Come, come. Back again, are we?
They step
Come
in
this way,
perfect
good
unison.
Man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you. Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What is your full name and profession?
Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much. We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
Ooh.
I'm impressed, Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a
wrong
certain
you are.
doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like that of Jack the Ripper. Until it's over, I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognised that the signature is striking. This information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity,
Is it
Inspector,
written in red ink?
then I shall disappear.
It is.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
Thank you so much.
Historically, it is.
25th of September, 1888. Chairperson? I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I've laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about Leather Apron gave me real fits. I'm down on whores, and I shan't quit nipping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You'll soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. The next job I do, I'll clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for folly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife is so nice and sharp, I want to get to work right away, if I get a chance. Good luck, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Want good enough to post... Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha.
I wonder why they changed
Me?
the beginning
Not
of
up
that.
to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon
As in,
find
you
out.
know
won't
that
we,
letter by
Inspector
heart,
Aveline?
the real one, the
I know who
historical
wrote
one?
the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the
I
Ripper.
had to check
that
because it
Inspector
didn't
Aveline
sound
gave
right
me.
with the
And
greeting,
above
so
all, I now know
I had
why.
to check on
This Tom
Wikipedia
Bullen
on the
was
actual
inspired by
letter.
this fantastical character.
And it begins
to
Dear
build a
Boss
myth
because
out
it's
of a
known as the Dear
Whitechapel
Boss
killer.
letter.
Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from
I don't-
accusing Squippy.
why-
I must find
Like
him
the
at
rest
once.
of the content
my best bet would be to
is
try
straight
my luck at the
copy
pub.
paste, except with some writing errors. But why would they change the heading? Why would they?
Maybe because boss has a bit of a other meaning in Americanism. Like it's...
So instead they went with French?
That's the only thing I'm drawing. If you have another...
Ah, Holmes, I got your message,
Maybe,
and
by
here
all
I am.
means, it's
Trying to not... Like there was... Here in Australia, there was a beloved interviewing man who did like lots of interviews. And he's like, he's a really nice guy. No one would ever... he wouldn't cause offense to anyone intentionally, like... And it was like Mike Tyson or someone was like a really famous boxing sort of person was here, and he accidentally, like he called him boy in the young man sense, but it obviously got taken in the like,
yeah.
I'm treating you like a southern gentleman kind of way, which we just we have none of that here. There's no one. That's just not a thing here. And you could see as realization struck this interviewer, and he was like, no, that's totally not how it was meant. So I can see that sort of being mindful being in this sort of thing, perhaps.
But their boss, boss doesn't feel offensive in that way, I think. But maybe for Americans, I don't know.
Into the pub?
Into the pub.
Perfect, Watson.
Hail,
That
Goka.
oaf Bluto
Thank you,
is
mate.
looking for us with
Welcome,
evil
Raiders.
intentions, and
Hope you had a
he
lovely
may be
time with
hiding
Henry.
here. I will try to get more information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the slightest suspicious sound, do not hesitate to call a constable on his rounds.
Oh, we were just discussing that the game changed the titling on the Ripper letter. It's originally their boss, and here they changed it to Chez Patron. Which makes no sense to me why they would change it to French, but...
Good evening, Mr. Bully.
We know each other?
No, however, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Oh, you were referring to Henry,
Indeed,
sorry.
I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who was inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumour. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud. I would suggest you don't write this note and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd forgotten about the existence of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a great relationship with the Bobbies. Just ask around. I don't have to answer to nobody. Now leave me alone.
It feels like maybe we need more evidence to get another...
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance.
Maybe.
Do I mean, the only thing I have is the IOU letter.
I have nothing further to say. Leave me alone.
You're talkable.
Hey, you wouldn't be the gas man that Bluto's looking for.
Don't know him.
You?
Yes, sir.
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous.
And that's it? We're done here? Am I allowed out?
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson.
Yes.
We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety. Squibby, so that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go, and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Yes, he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, but we have to be quick. One night, I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fella was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see? He invites me around to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames. He called them peckymins. I call them love killers, I would. Yuck! After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs, and I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types. Not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing, and I start running and let go of him, and he still wants to see me again just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why?
Ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend. Here is the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ciao, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Blodo, and I'm heading for the country.
Lipsky!
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
I thought that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. Oh, it's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left than the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys. You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
You mean we don't have to assemble a ladder and...
No, we can just walk up the stairs, apparently.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know.
Oh, there's footprints today.
I understand your methods. Ah, you have your rule and magnifying
Ah,
glass.
measuring tape is
I
back!
thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
Hey,
I never forget the essentials, my dear
they didn't get
Watson.
rid of it.
And they even made a comment about forgetting them until now. 23 inches, Maury.
Mm-hmm.
Although those are ludicrously big feet, aren't they? Yeah, surely that's not inches. They must be centimeters.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway. But it's not giving us the voice line for having successfully...
Size 13.
There we go. You had to do it heel to toe, not toe to heel.
Size 13. Those are still big. Considering most of the shoes we have dealt with before was like up to size 10, I think. And now it's a size 13.
But it's not gone red, so there's something else.
You have your rule
Yes,
and
because we never
magnifying.
used
I
the
never forget
magnifying
the
glass.
essentials, my dear.
Is it the dark
Right foot,
bit?
light trails. The man was running. Right foot, light trails.
No,
the
that
man
looks
was
like
running.
it's all, maybe. Let's see.
This isn't water.
No,
Going
it's
by
something
its sticky
else.
texture and odor, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. These are the footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
I mean... Ooh, sorry. I mean, based on where he is, he's probably already stepped on them, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Francis, it is impossible for us to meet again. I am feeling terrible, as pursuing our relationship further would put both my marriage and my reputation in danger. I must return to that life of love, fleeting and physical, in which a few coins to these young men assures corporal peace and anonymity. These growing feelings that I have for you make me scared, and I would prefer to shun this passion for the fear that it may never leave me. Perhaps we shall cross paths again one day, in a discreet location where like-minded men meet. I know that you frequent them regularly. You never hide yourself. For my part, I will spend more time with my wife and girls in order to find the serenity and I hope to throw the veil of oblivion over our passionate embraces. All the best, Charles. My dear Francis, it is in putting aside our common past, and thus, as a friend, that I am sending you these words. I've learned of some mutual friends of your recent trouble with the law. You should be more careful. England has nothing in common with the Wild West, but her seedy areas can be just as dangerous. Your attraction to the young rogues will cost you dearly one of these days, whether it be at the end of an alley or on the benches of a jury. A man of your quality and fortune does not have to frequent the hovels and bring his pistol with him everywhere. It's not necessary to use violence to find partners, unless this violence pleases you. Certain circles that we used to frequent are still open to you. Take advantage of this healthy and respectable company rather than demeaning yourself with the destitute lads, and pray, get rid of that god-awful chest. Who knows what people to whom you show while bragging must think and speak of it. The man that you once loved, Henry.
This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear. So, the doctor has a handgun, and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps. There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. The man who left the footprints on the ground must have walked in it while fleeing.
And there's a uterus.
Mm-hmm.
Which is uninteresting, apparently.
Yes, we don't care.
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
We haven't had a Civil War history book.
No, you're just expected to know, apparently.
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
Are we allowed to exit? Can we leave and come back and go to the bookstore and get a book about...
I need more information.
I'm not allowed to leave. Is there anything else? History book? I do not understand how you found yourself in this situation. Your passionate discussions on the legitimacy of this war should have convinced more than one. I still remember when you imitated him during that meeting. You struck that very characteristic pose and you exclaimed, "Vicksburg is the key. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket." We all applauded. I am sure that even Lincoln himself would have applauded. During these dark hours, it was rare to have the occasion to laugh. So many deaths ending with our much-loved president killed by this coward and left to join those of the victory at Gettysburg, who courageously fell so that the next day the key would be in our pocket. Well,
if this letter is addressed to him, it would appear
useful.
our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting.
But that's it. Oh, no, there's some footsteps.
These footprints are the same as those found in front of the door.
But they're the same.
These footsteps must be those of Squibby. He must have hit Tumblety, who dropped one of his jars.
And he ran out. Elementary, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson.
And that's it. So, Vickersby.
Going by its size, this...
Vixby is the key. The morrow, the key, Vixby.
Let's see. 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
And does this do anything? It looks like this might be something. No. Oh! There's different hats.
Ah, so you have to match the right hat. How is your hat knowledge?
I mean, that looks to me like a Mountie hat. But the rest... That's a bad guy hat, I think.
Uh-huh.
But the rest I got nothing. Really? And we can't go get a book about this?
Nothing of interest here.
That's pretty bad. There's absolutely nothing else here. Nothing hidden under the bed.
Strange. Like, some of the puzzle has been a bit, like, not giving you much information, but they haven't expected you to know about the American Civil War and things on.
I need more
without
information.
any.
Like in the previous games, it was, we need information about Trafalgar. Go to the library and go to the bookstore and get a book about Admiral Nelson, and then use that to be both the solution to one temporary puzzle and later be the answer to the quiz. And then repeat that loop of, oh, we need to go find out about something, go to the bookstore and buy a book about it, read the book, match the new book's information to whatever the puzzle is. In a very, like, the same way that the early Nancy Drew games do. Which is why my instinct is to want to find or go buy a book.
Yeah, same. I don't like it when the game just expects you to have that knowledge. I can accept that, like in the
Nothing of interest
in the
here.
last one, there was the thing of knowing that Victory was a ship with Nelson
Going
and
by
things
its
that we
size,
never
this
found any
enormous trunk
written
must be a wardrobe.
things. But to me, that still somewhat makes sense because it's, like, the setting is set in London, and this is a huge event that, in the setting, everyone would know the answer to. I'm more willing to ignore, well, not ignore, but forgive it for demanding that you have knowledge of the, like, core British history events than the American Civil War. For some reason.
The semi-excuse here is that this person is an American, so his...
Yeah. Yeah. But Sherlock wouldn't necessarily care about it.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3,
I guess.
4, 5, 6 things, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things here. I mean, that's assuming that these are the correct inputs for these.
I'm assuming those are. They would not expect you to remember the date, surely.
But then this doesn't match the number of variables for this. Right? 2, 5, maybe it's just 63.
63 and 68 and 62. But if you start inputting them from the earliest to the latest, maybe we can just work our way from there.
I was just going to see... Well, my first instinct was to put the same one in everything and see if, like, the coin puzzle in the previous one, if it gave us a, like, you've got one correct.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Damn it. Why does sometimes it go up and sometimes it goes down? Unless this is the one that we don't need and the other 5 are the correct 5. So...
No, because clearly the 1771 is the wrong one.
The 1771 is the wrong one. The Civil War didn't last 100 years.
I feel pretty secure, even with my minimal interest in American history. But no, just keep it. Go back.
So what, you want this to be 0, 2, 5 again?
Yes, just keep everything there, because it could be that you need the entire thing to be correct before it will give you like a little tick. So let's leave it at that, and then let's try and figure out which one of these actually happened in 63. With my gut interest being that these are listed from the earliest to the last, my hope
So
would be
start
for the
with
third one.
61 one.
Yeah, but I just want to see if this is right. So I want to try on the third number of
Oh,
this. So
as in
that's
the middle
chanceless
one,
will.
so no matter which way it's
Yes.
arranged, like whether it's oldest to newest or newest to
Yes.
oldest, the middle will still
The
be the
middle
middle.
one. Yes, so that's the one I want to experiment with.
1,
So
2,
if we can try the different flags there.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Also, these dates would probably then be in American order, but they're not.
No.
That undermines their own puzzle. Oh yes, this American chest about American history, made and brought here by an American from America, but it's using non-American date system.
Mm-hmm.
Womp womp.
Could you just try circling through the hats on the third option, please?
It likes
There.
that hat and that.
Okay, so it gives a click.
So
Okay. No,
Texas.
No, it was right.
Texas Akubra hat. That date
Uh-huh.
equals this.
Okay, and then if you take the one above it and put that to the second earliest date, just so I can figure out if I'm right with that they're in chronological order.
Sure.
So the battle in Antietam would then be in 62. But which flag would that be?
Oh.
Oh, okay. So it is chronological order then, most likely.
Yeah, so the next one up is
Then we can
presumably
just
61.
Yeah, so we can just input then everything in chronological order. And at that point, it becomes a lot more forgivable to just click through things. Like, if the battles weren't in chronological order either, it would have been a lot harder to brute force that one.
So the Confederates with the Confederate hat.
Was Fort Sumter? Sumter?
Sumter, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that's the Texas Republic, though. I didn't think things went that far south. Anyway. The next one is also 63.
It's so hard not to speak about American history, so I'm unplugging my keyboard.
Do you have 10k points, CK Hawk? There is a chat redeem option. You can spend your points and show how much you know. The I know redeem. So this should be 17. Also very weird that the dates can go up to the 47th.
It would be 3. It wouldn't be 17, it would be 3.
Huh?
0307 1863 is the next date.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Yes. Still, what about the 78th day of the 5th month of the 63rd year? It's very weird that they let you go.
Yeah.
So what you want 03? 7, 63, and then we play the Cycle the Hats game. Oh. Okay.
And then it's 68 on the last one. No, that can't be right. It has to be, but no.
I feel like we've... So maybe it's this one. Maybe it's the one. It's
That's the
100
one with
years
70
100 years in the
100
future.
years.
Uh,
Surely it's like if.
Damn it. It might also be that the answer to this is in relation to the date that that other speech was made. It's the one that we have
That could be
the one that we
that could
have
be.
the
actual document for.
where he's like, you imitated him and copied him exactly, and he was giving the speech. Lincoln
Which
themselves
the
would
key?
have ordered, but unless you have the like famous history. Like, unless you know you need to, one, you would need to recognize this speech. Two, you would need to know the date this speech was made for this to be a useful potential clue to...
Going by its size,
But go
this
back to
enormous
the
trunk must be a
chest.
wardrobe.
Please say that doesn't reset. Okay.
Yeah. I was silently wondering about that.
So take the day of Gettysburg.
Hmm.
So that's 030763.
And just add one day.
And add one day. Seven. You're on 6th. You have traveled 1 month back in time.
Thank you.
There.
Elementary.
The speech is 1 day after the battle.
Okay. There you go, CK Hawk. Points well spent. You get to be smugly superior to Maury and I, with your knowledge of American Civil War history. I have to dip my hat to you on this matter. It's
So why did we
strangely
open this thing?
black hole, but there are many points of interest, even if we can't tell what we're about to...
This is dreadful, Holmes. This trunk contains 4 jars in which organs are
Has it
floating.
been
Watson,
censored?
can you tell me at a glance what these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say these organs have been in these jars for several months, if not years.
Let's go to Baker Street.
Oh, we don't need to
Is
look
there
at each
someone
individual
here?
thing.
Yes.
Okay.
What's going on, Finley? You seem to be in a panic.
The 2 police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered here. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
Where?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
The double
Quick,
night.
Holmes, we must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
Holmes, I don't follow. The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
It doesn't even make
We were
me
less
do
than
it.
200
It
feet away
pretends
from
that
the
it's not
first victim
cutscene.
a few minutes before she was murdered. We might even have heard the murderer's voice, and we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I had been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these two murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again, and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Quiz time! No. Note on...
No, just here's read all of Sherlock's findings.
Note on the murder of Liz Stride, Dutfield Yard. Certain information that I've collected must be verified. Liz Stride, nickname Long Liz, 45 years old, height 5'5", occasional prostitute. She lived for the past 3 years in a stormy relationship with a certain Kidney, a waterside labourer, 36, the cradle snatcher years of age, whom she left a few days earlier. She charged him with assault but failed to appear in court and the case was thrown out. The victim was discovered dead by one Louis Diemschultz at 1 o'clock in the morning on September 30th. The man's first thought was to verify if his wife in the building next to him was still alive before sounding the alarm. The two doctors who came, at the police's request, to the scene of the crime in the moments after the discovery of the corpse put the time of death after 12:46 a.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage, due to a throat injury. The weapon was a small knife with a large blunt edge. The verification of this statement is necessary. Could the wound have been caused by another tool? Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly. Neither the body nor the clothes were damaged, soiled or disturbed by the killer. The right hand was open, stained with blood and resting on the chest. The left hand was on the ground, partially closed, holding a packet of pastilles. The location of the discovery was a courtyard called Dutfield's Yard, whose doors lead onto Berner Street, in Whitechapel. The victim was found stretched on the ground a few inches from the wall of one of the buildings served by this courtyard, the International Working Men's Club. The association, composed mainly of Jews originally from Russia and Poland, were organizing a conference that night on the subject of Why Should Jews Be Socialists?, presided by Mr. Morris Eagle. The meeting ended around 11:30 p.m., but many members remained to debate and sing within the premises of the association. An American present that evening declared to have been in the courtyard at 12:12 and went to the street and didn't see anything unusual. He returned back inside the club, but his estimation of time spent outside is approximate at best. Two witnesses were quoted by the press: Constable Smith, who was doing his rounds in the area on the night in question, and a Hungarian man by the name of Schwartz, who made his statement at the police station, accompanied by an interpreter. Is Schwartz? I mean, isn't that a German name, not a Hungarian name? Because he does not speak English. The transcription of these statements by the press should be treated with caution. It would be advisable, if at all possible, to consult the exact content. Observe the clothing worn by the victim, as well as her possession at the time of the discovery of the body. Clothing: long black cloth jacket, fur trimmed round the bottom, with red, rose, and white maidenhair fern pinned to it. A black skirt, a black crepe bonnet. Checked neck scarf knotted on the left side. Dark brown velveteen bodice. 2 light serge petticoats. 1 white chemise. I always can't do that word right. White stockings, spring-sided boots, 2 handkerchiefs, one is noted to have fruit stains on it, a thimble, a piece of wool wound around a card. In the pocket, in her underskirt, a key, a small piece of lead pencil, 6 large and 1 small button. A comb, a broken piece of comb, a metal spoon, a hook, as from a dress, a piece of muslin, 1 or 2 small pieces of paper. And then that's the old one.
Mm-hmm.
So no, there's no other... We've read this note now.
But you only wrote about list, right?
No,
Oh, there we go.
then we
Murderer.
right-click
Yeah.
to exit and it brings up another one. Note on the murder of Catherine Eddowes. Catherine Eddowes, 46 years old, height 5 feet precisely. Occasional prostitute. She had a regular relationship with 7 years with one John Kelly. Oh wow. That's the name of one of my high school teachers. A man of no regular employment and about the same age as the victim. The victim was found dead at 1:44 a.m. on September 30th by P.C. Watkins, who was on his rounds. He secured the area by calling to the watchman of the warehouse located some feet from the crime scene. According to the doctor who arrived on the scene at 2:18 a.m., the victim had just been dead for a half hour. Unlikely, but we know from experience how hard it is to precisely establish time of death when a corpse has been very much mistreated. Cause of death. Hemorrhage due to throat wound. The medical examiner has also confirmed this. Additionally, the extractions committed on the corpse were done post-mortem by a right-handed man possessing a long bladed knife. The victim was subject to numerous mutilations. The victim was found stretched out in a dark corner of Mitre Square, a notorious meeting spot for prostitutes and their clients because of its remote, poorly lit location. It should be noted that the victim was freed from the Bishopgate Street Police drunk tank at 1 o'clock in the morning. Mitre Square was visited at 1:30 by P.C. Watkins, coming from Mitre Street, and at 1:42... Good lord. There's police every 12 minutes walking down this street.
Yes.
By P.C. Harvey.
They do have a serial killer on their hands, so they will have upped the patrols a bit at this point.
I don't think I've ever seen anywhere with police walking by every 12 minutes. From Church Passage. The two police constables didn't see anything suspicious in the area, but it should be noted that P.C. Harvey didn't enter into Mitre Square, unlike P.C. Watkins. The watchman who came to lend a hand to the Watkins at the time of the discovery of the body had been awoken during the time of the crime. His door is located a few feet from the spot where the victim was dying and didn't hear anything until the police's call. Firstly, we must note that the clothing worn by Catherine Eddowes are very characteristic. I think in particular the patterned green chintz shirt as well as the white men's vest. A few of her possessions, including the thimble, were found around the corpse. The white apron was found on the corpse with a part missing. Thus, the missing part, previously resewn and ensuring its authenticity, was found at 2:55 on the night of the murder by P.C. Alfred Long, who states that the object wasn't there at his preceding patrol at 2:20. The piece of bloody apron was found in the entrance hall leading to the stairs of 108 to 119 Wentworth Model Dwellings on Goulston Street. At the right of the entrance, just above the apron, was found the following inscription in chalk. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. The Wentworth Model Dwellings building being almost exclusively occupied by Israelites, and Goulston Street being the site of a very popular, much-frequented market, he decided to erase the inscription before day broke. Kate Eddowes' belongings. Wearing, at the time of her murder, black straw bonnet trimmed in green and black velvet with black beads. Black strings worn tied to the head, black cloth jacket trimmed around the collar and cuffs with imitation fur, and around the pockets in black and silk braid and fur, large metal buttons. Dark green chintz shirt, 3 flounces, brown button on waistband. The skirt is patterned with Michaelmas, daisies, and gold lilies. Man's white vest, matching buttons down front. Brown linsey bodice, black velvet collar with brown buttons down front. Grey stuffed petticoat with white waistband. Very old green alpaca shirt, worn as an undergarment. Very old ragged blue skirt with red flounces. Light twill lining, worn as an undergarment. White calico chamois. Pair of men's lace-up boots. Mohair laces. Really? Those are exceedingly fancy shoelaces. Right boot repaired with red thread. 1 piece of red gauze. silk worn as a neckerchief, 1 large white pocket handkerchief, 1 large white cotton handkerchief with red and white bird's eye border, 2 unbleached calico pockets, tape strings, 1 blue striped bed, ticking pocket. What? I don't know what that is. Brown ribbed knee stockings, darned with white cotton, 2 small blue bags, 2 short black clay pipes, and a tin box containing tea were the possessions. 1 tin box containing sugar, 1 tin matchbox, empty. 12 pieces of white rag, 1 piece coarse linen, white. 1 piece of blue and white shirting, 3-cornered, 1 piece red flannel with pins and needles. 6 pieces of soap, a small tooth comb, a white-handled table knife, a metal spoon, a red leather cigarette case with white metal fittings, a ball hemp, a piece of old white apron with repair, several buttons and a thimble, a mustard tin containing... Good lord, was she carrying a backpack? 2 pawn tickets, 1 in the name of Emily Burrett, 52 Whites Row, dated August 31, for 9D for the man's flannel shirt. The other is in the name of Jane Kelly, of 6 Dorset Street, and dated the 28th of September. 2 shillings for a pair of men's boots. Both addresses are false. Printed handbill. Portion of a pair of spectacles, and 1 red mitten.
Mm-hmm.
Holy moly, she had a lot of things.
I mean, she had just gotten out of prison, so she was basically carrying all of her belongings on her still. Mostly.
I have read and reread them.
Like,
but
you
give me something
usually
to do
carried
then.
a lot of stuff.
A task where I can get stuck in,
if
because
you were living
Find me a
a particular
slaughterhouse
life.
that will give us exclusive use of
Yeah,
its
if
blocks
you're
an
a
hour.
street person, I
And
guess
find
carrying
me,
all your crap on you
in
makes
your
sense.
opinion, which common animal shares the most characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view?
The apes?
Pig?
I don't even know why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
Sows?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows, perhaps you will learn something about where Dr. Tumblety may be hiding. There is also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
So maybe he thinks the person has a compulsion to cut things up, and therefore we're going to look for pigs that have been cut up?
I must think so. Either that or he's gonna do experiments on them because the flesh kind of cuts like human flesh.
The pet shop might have pigs.
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Oh. You want me to go talk to the lady in the window?
Mm-hmm.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Also, considering that you do not like gore, you should be very glad that they never made a cutscene of the double feature murderer.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Go to Lucy's. Go to Bella's.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes.
Ah, he finally
It's
succumbed
my
to his
uncle.
cough.
He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Do you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Okay, so she supposedly added something to our minimap.
Yes.
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop.
It's closed.
Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
Dare we guess the next door hospice?
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Watson is kind of
Good
like,
evening,
yeah,
Dr.
no,
Watson.
this makes sense
Good
in
evening,
hindsight.
Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business. They're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides...
And the game decides that the rest of that conversation wasn't important.
I mean, I didn't click anything. Like, my hands were
No.
not even on the mouse and keyboard.
Okay, to find the cat's food guy.
I just wanted to see if there's anything else in here, but no. So what, we need the cat meat man. Oh god, she's back.
It's me that you're looking
Your
for,
favourite
sweetheart.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman. It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure. And for a copper, I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife. And 3 months before that, his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
I don't believe it, but...
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
To Hanbury Street.
No, these are all... So is it London?
No. I don't think so. Hanbury Street was where...
Am I gonna have to go run around
who did she say that was the one that was killed there?
and do all these
Hanbury
again?
Street was...
Whitechapel Street.
If you go back and check which victim it was that was killed on Hanbury Street. Because you
Dark
said which
Annie.
one. And so that's Annie Chapman. So that is the first location. No,
Yes.
Annie Chapman is the second, so it is on the London map.
The first one was here,
Bucks
Yes.
Road.
which is not that name.
No. No, it's the London map. Its second murder is Annie Chapman.
Hanbury.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep.
Yes! Yes, this is you. We remember you, Beep.
Beep beep.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
What do you mean, are you? Oh, no. Sherlock was all by
Sherlock was
himself when he was using the children to attack the lady with the cats.
I am Dr. Watson. I
Watson
have
would
come
not
to
have
see you
approved of
about
that.
Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two. if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
A problem? How so?
This morning, the
You lost
neighbour
the key,
above
huh?
broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy, if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that.
So, find original key,
Well, see you
find
later
key
then.
to use to
Goodbye,
make
sir.
copy with, bring back to Catman.
I have nothing to ask.
So back to the butcher's and try and find a key at the door?
I have no reason to go that way.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Really?
I have no
Yeah.
reason to go that way.
Really? So I must have misunderstood what he said. No, he
Oh,
broke...
the neighbor on his place. His place, not the butcher.
Oh, the neighbor above here.
I have no reason to go that way.
But I don't know how we would get up.
No, it's one of these doors. Probably the one straight across from him.
Hello.
I have nothing to ask.
Silk and alpaca umbrellas.
Mm-hmm.
On Fox Paragon frames.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow,
I have no
silk
reason
doesn't...
to go that way.
Like, would it be waterproof? I don't feel like silk would be waterproof.
It's not meant to be waterproof.
Why else would you have an umbrella?
For fashion. And also to protect yourself from the sun.
But then it's a parasol.
This key was left inadvertently.
Yes, but you call
Indeed,
it the
there is
same.
nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench.
Okay, so we have a... We have the basic key. We need to find a key to copy. Well, a key to
Yeah.
use as the... Make a copy out of it.
Yes, and that would probably then be upstairs in the door.
There's an upstairs. Ah,
Upstairs?
I didn't even notice this. No, it's too dark for poor Blobber.
Mm.
I had to look at the stream.
Oh, no. But what a... Ah, how dreadful. My word. These are innards. Kebabs. The same as
What did
Hardiman's.
he think the
So he
cat meat was
prepares
made
his
of?
meat here.
We can push the...
This bag contains butcher's equipment.
No, okay. There's...
I found it.
Ah. Okay, so now we have both things we need. Bring them back to the man.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
I think so.
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Ah, of course. But what about your
Makes
poor
sense,
neighbours?
makes sense.
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. and I don't have a shop either.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads?
The guy who gets me my offal should have some.
I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station.
By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences.
Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories.
Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for.
As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
And then it doesn't give me a chance to go wrong.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
Again, another person who only met him once in disguise recognizes him.
Will you explain
And the police,
reason
when he
and
went there in
rhyme
disguise,
behind
were like,
this masquerade?
you're under arrest.
Elementary.
Oh no,
we shall
it's
conduct an
Sherlock
experiment
Holmes.
that
We
will
would
allow
never
us to answer a
recognize
simple
you.
question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession? And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
I too am puzzled.
Okay, so now we need to get all of our weapons in a row.
We can move the meat hooks.
And we open the door. Do we put the pig's heads on? No, we can't pick them up.
No, they're not.
This wheel is broken
open
and
the door.
prevents the door from sliding. There is nothing further
So
to
we
find in
hook
this
the
room,
door?
Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door.
You look up
There is nothing further to find in...
with the hook again.
Now
I
the
need
wheel
something.
is interesting.
Yeah. So now he needs something with that hook. Do we have rope? No.
We knife the wheel and fix the wheel on the bottom.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. This wheel is broken and prevents the door
No.
from sliding. There,
Oh, but
this
now
door
if
is
you go
slightly
up,
raised.
can you now hook the
Ah.
thing? Yeah.
There is nothing further to find in this.
That's also not enough.
Oh, you're
Unless-
now
This
allowed to
wheel
fix
is
the other
broken
Now
and
broken
we-
wheel?
prevents the door
Yeah.
from sliding.
So
Because it was too heavy on the door, probably, so you needed to lift it up a bit before you're allowed to.
we were using it like a car jack.
Elementary. While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
Oh. Do we have a ruler? No. I meant to find knives. Okay,
With
so
the
it
rule,
was
I must find...
13 inches long. So that one's not big enough.
Minimum.
Unless they mean the whole knife and not just the blade.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
Size?
probably...
13 inches.
It has a thick blade, so I think that's the one.
How do I... And what was the other one?
The other
A
one was a
small pocket
small one,
knife.
like a pocket knife with a sharp blade. So I
Maybe I
guess you
need to
need the
magnify-
Thanks for
magnifying
the
glass.
magnifying glass,
Yeah.
I can find a small
Snap.
knife that matches Holmes's description.
That one looks... Maybe? No.
Fragments of cartilage.
I think it's the one below that.
Large
maybe?
size.
No.
Fragments of cartilage.
No idea. It doesn't say, like, sharp or...
Oh, fine. Let's just try
These
the
two
tiny
seem
one then,
the
I
most
guess.
pockety.
Yeah.
Do you want the top one or the
And he
bottom one?
wanted. What was the order? What did he want?
He wanted the
I
big...
think it was thin blade, so that would mean the small one.
You want that one?
I think so. No, that's thick blade. The one you're hovering over now
Oh,
is
you want
thick
the
blade.
top one. Okay.
I think that's it.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Okay.
No, it's not. Okay.
Let's check again. 2 knives, small, pocket knife, large sharp blade. Okay, so the one with the really, really long blade on the left instead of... How do I deposit? How do I put them back?
You did,
No,
but I'm
Holmes
not sure
only
how.
needs 2.
You might need to hold them. Now you're currently
No,
holding your own
Holmes
pocket
only-
knife.
No, Holmes only.
But it won't let me put the other one back.
No, but if you touch one of the other small knives, it will put it back.
No, Holmes only
No,
needs
it
2
won't.
knives. No, Holmes only needs. No, Holmes only
If
needs.
you have it selected in your inventory.
Okay. That's a bit clunky. The point that you, like, if you interact with this interaction zone, it should just yoink or put it in and out of your inventory until you have 2, and then give you the, no, I can't carry more description. So we think it's the really long one now, because it says long, and then that one.
No, now you have 2 long knives. None of those are pocket knife shaped.
But it specifically says that the pocket knife has to have a large, sharp blade.
Yes.
So I see that as a large blade.
But no, because then it's no longer a pocket knife. It's a butcher's knife.
That's also true. It does describe it... Wait. Yeah, it describes it as a butcher's knife. Okay. So what, if we grab that one, does it describe it as a pocket knife? No, it still describes it as a butcher's knife. Well, we'll try 1 or 2 more, but I'm increasingly suspicious of your...
No, but like, when you look at his description for what he wants, he said 1 small one and 1 large one.
Yeah, I think they all just get
You
called
can't-
butcher's knives.
Yeah, they might well be called butcher's knife, but they're not all small and all large.
Well, you had us try that one.
Yes.
So you think
I
that one
think
is
then
the
maybe
next?
try the one. Yeah.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
I just
No,
can't
Watson.
imagine that the other one is
No.
is considered small in any sort of way. That is just... Did he not ask for thick blade on the long one? The other one does not have a thick blade.
Here you go. Print screen it. To your heart's content.
A small one, something larger. Oh, something larger than a pocket knife.
Somewhat larger.
With a large sharp blade. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13.
No. I need to put that one back, we think. Try that one.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy, comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this
'Cause we
somewhat
can only
shocking
carry two,
experiment
Salah.
may help to end this massacre and save other victims. You can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the two knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man: those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads
4?
and see what we can establish about the weapon or
Yeah, he brought
weapons
2.
used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
Oh god, we have to butcher pigs' heads?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, where's the help? With the help of your 4 knives, try to reproduce the 3 pigs' heads. On the 3 pigs' heads, the wounds indicated by Sherlock Holmes, and determine which type of weapon were used by Jack the Ripper. Click on a pig's head to get a close-up image. Once you have selected one or several knives for each wound, select one or more knives and place them in the crime weapons selection.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
A large deep wound, so presumably not the scalpel.
No.
I'd go with the biggest knife, as my guess.
Okay. Try it.
Do I have to...
I think you have to pull the knife over there.
Oh, good lord. This doesn't
I
look...
mean, it seems not quite, but similar, I guess.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Okay, so this one leaves a thinner gash.
This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We're
Yeah,
just
so
trying them all.
he basically said, yeah, but he basically told you already that the other one was correct, so.
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
Oh no, he didn't. So either the top one or the... You don't have to hook it to pick it up, I think.
Really?
The wound is too shallow.
Yeah, I think that just give your answer, but...
You think that's just input answer?
I think so.
But I thought it said we have to drag this into here. Once you've selected one or several knives for each wound, select one or more knives and place them in the crime weapon section.
Hmm.
So my feeling was that we pick these up and we put them in
Yeah.
here somehow.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you use the check mark to remember, so you don't have to keep going on and out and in of the
So we think it's the big one.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the second one...
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Do you want to tell me about the cut? No,
Maybe if you put it down.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide
put
base
down
can
the
easily
knife.
slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Okay, so that knife is too good.
Mm-hmm.
We're playing Baby's Bear's Porridge, but with knives.
The blade of this
doesn't look
pocket knife
right.
is too thin to reach the vertebrae.
So that successfully doesn't decapitate.
Yeah.
With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
That doesn't even look
That's
close.
too small as well.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh,
Yeah.
but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
That seems the
So
most...
That seems...
But it could be 3 as that one as well, because it could cut but not do the neck.
Yeah, but don't you think it looks to be a bit too narrow, or is it just the angle?
I mean, it looks the most like the number 1 to me, with the zigzaggy edges.
Oh.
But it was
Oh, well.
definitely not 1, because 1 was successfully
No,
beheading.
One is too good.
So it's either 2 or 3, I think.
Hmm.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard. Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh.
So that's a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin.
Scrape but not gouge, so maybe no?
No, can't deal a single blow with that one.
This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice.
So that's plausible. Even if it looks wrong.
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
So...
Elementary.
Oh! But that's not done that on any of the others.
Let's try to decapitate
Okay, so
our
we
victim
need
with
to
these
add
tools,
more. I
knowing
think in
the
that
killer
case, on
didn't quite
experiment
manage to
1...
do it.
Charming.
Reset.
Look, Watson, this little
you just
knife with a
needed to hook
wide
one
base can
off.
easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
So that's an...
I would assume it's 1, 2, and 3 are the options.
But the killer didn't manage to, so 1 must be
Yeah,
wrong.
but that could be
The blade of this
a
pocket
thing with
knife
strength.
is too thin to reach the vertebrae.
So I think it's yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
But it isn't. And you
And
think
I
it's what?
think
You think it's yes...
Yes, yes, no, yes.
What? There's not 5.
Yes, yes, no, yes.
Okay. Also not correct.
Okay.
Unless it cares that we haven't redone 4
With
of
a
these.
scalpel, the wound is...
I don't think so.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the...
No.
Okay, but remove 4 then.
Must
I keep
resist
wanting
combinatorics.
Oh. So it can only be 2? Really?
No.
Huh. Only be 1? Oh, I'm really confused. Hmm.
Elementary.
Everything except the one that I said is the one that...
Okay, so you've... Yeah, but I thought you had already done that.
It's happy with it now.
Oh, well. That's fine.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to...
Okay.
I believe 1 also
This
qualified
little
here.
knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
So yes.
Yes.
This
think
pocket
1 and
knife is very
4.
sharp, but its blade is too thin.
No.
The wound is too shallow.
No.
Look, Watson, this knife...
Yes.
Elementary.
Okay. And that one we didn't brute force. Now...
Now you gotta choose the ones that are.
So, 2 of the murders have used this, 3 of the murders have used this, 2 of the murders have used this potentially, and only 1 has used this.
So if we go with that the
So-
same weapon
That's
has
it,
been
Watson,
used,
the
that's
big
only one
knife.
option.
With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the
No,
king's
not
actions that
pretend
night.
body again.
Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith, as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Oh, that's
Yes,
bad
let's
smell.
go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need
Wolfie,
of fresh air.
What have you done?
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
He's been a bad doggo.
She has probably rolled in something that's
Don't
currently
forget that
smelling.
Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings,
It's probably
eh?
for the best that
Join
Maury's
me in a
dealing with
glass?
doggo.
I called it.
Your Jack
Everyone
the Ripper
recognize
is
him.
on everyone's lips and
Except
written
the
in all of the
police.
papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers, or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls. Bawls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas.
Thank you.
I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
A draft, my good man.
Okay. Melly Dog
Here,
has
sir.
been evicted.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
Maybe
Let's
they
just
just
say she's
really
getting
want
a
to
bath
bath.
after,
Yeah.
Slit the throat of
he's
a
getting
working
bath
girl
as
in a
soon as
small
we're done with
courtyard over
this,
there
so-
behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club.
The very spot.
It's not
below
Miriak's
Lipsky and
job.
Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Tell me,
No,
was it not
I
an-
wanted the
That
other
below
name.
The very
Lipsky and Company? Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid.
Good lord.
One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith.
Well, dare we hope.
Good evening,
Are
Constable.
you Smith?
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And
Wow,
you work with the
what a
famous Sherlock
difficult
Holmes.
puzzle.
What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed, but it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say, but once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in three-quarter profile.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Dutfield's Yard, night of October 7th/8th. You are Sherlock again.
Well, Watson, let's go
Yes,
to Dutfield's
because now we have to
Yard.
experiment on Watson.
We're gonna cut gashes in him? Let's go to Dutfield's
Probably.
Yard. No, these are all, so...
Do you have to find it? In Whitechapel?
Maybe.
Because, I mean, it was his beat, so it should be close by. Dutfield's Yard.
We just start looking at everything again.
Batty Street.
So not here.
In the worst case, we
Batty
teleport back
Street.
to the...
Batty Street.
More Batty Streets.
I have nothing to ask.
Teleport back to the pub.
Excuse me, my good man.
What are you looking for? Tricks? Opium? Girl? Sailor?
Batty Street.
Well, he's
I
very
have nothing to
helpful.
ask. Pardon me, but can you give me some information?
If you're looking for a princess lover, you found her.
You are new.
I have nothing to ask.
Oh, lovely cardy, ain't it? And not dear neither. I found it.
No, you're old.
What are you looking for?
If you go the other way,
I have nothing to ask.
And this is about to be the I can't proceed over the river.
yeah,
I have nothing to ask.
that's not it.
I have no reason to go that way.
Yeah.
If you head back towards the pub. Oh, you. Okay, you. It takes about the same amount of time. You were right next to it. Down this way. There's nothing here.
Not that I can see.
No.
Burner Street.
Let's see. Okay, go back up to Main Street.
Nutfield's Yard.
Oh, there we go.
Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
We were probably meant to say, the Jew Club is probably on the street that has the Jewish cobbler man and the Jewish pet shop.
But we're not there. They are far from here.
Aren't we?
Yeah, if you, we're right next to the pub.
Oh, we're right
They
next
are
to
on
the
the
pub.
other side of
Here's
the
the
map.
Workers' Club, next to Dutfield's
But the
Yards.
reason we're supposed to know this is because we saw
Policeman being.
yes, and also because we
Watson,
saw a
imagine
cutscene
the
from
victim
here.
laid down there on the ground.
Imaginary
Yes,
ladies,
imagine.
grumble, grumble.
Imagine.
Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist.
I don't think they're gonna make you do the other one though.
The ground is muddy.
Surely not. If so, they're gonna have to
The
censor it
throat,
properly.
there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. The throat,
No,
there,
we had
the
that.
ground is muddy.
There we go. Is there anything else?
Her knees and dress, they are clean.
Okay. I don't like the not real people. I still violently oppose the not real
This
people.
door leads to the club for Jewish socialist workers.
No, these are impassable stairs. Okay, and that's all we were
Not
meant.
allowed.
The only thing we. Ooh, wait, the. No, there is.
This door
Oh, but
leads
that's
to
the
the
door
club
that
for
we can't
Jewish
go
That is the
socialist
door.
workers.
Yeah. Okay, so then we can go to the deductions.
Huh. That's interesting.
You just, go through the door. It's fine.
I don't
There's
think we're
nothing in the
meant.
bin, right?
I don't think we're meant to be allowed to do that.
I don't think so either.
Why isn't that green?
Uh,
Maybe because we
just
haven't.
ignore it for now.
Ooh.
You're jumping ahead, but sure.
But they're here, and they don't let you put them in the wrong place. So it doesn't...
True. But still, we're gonna do this when we get back to the office, probably.
Right? Just like these don't let you put them in the wrong place. So you just... Which really kind of undermines the significance of making you click these to put them in here. The fact that they just only go where they're supposed to go. Okay. The knees and the bottom of the dress at the front are clean, but the ground is dirty. The victim did not struggle on the ground. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
That leads
Also,
to the conclusion that they were killed upright. I don't think she cleaned her clothes once she was murdered.
No.
And that leads to the conclusion that they were standing up at the critical moment.
Yeah.
The wound to the neck is clean, starting from the right and slightly oblique and descending.
Didn't he say it was right hand in the coroner's report?
So you want right hand.
I can't remember. It said in the report that Sherlock made us read.
The notes.
Notes. It was probably notes.
The weapon was a small knife with a large blunt edge. That's it.
It did say something about what killed her. Go back to the top, please.
Verification of this is necessary. Could it have been done by something else, which triggers us to go do the pig head experiment?
Okay, sure. Fair enough.
And then there's the other lady's note. The corpses were done post-mortem by a right-handed man possessing a long-bladed knife.
Yeah, okay, so that's where it was. Okay,
if this is
never
Kay
mind
Eddowes.
It isn't.
But was the imaginary lady... Why can't we imagine her to be Kay Eddowes?
You don't want that. Her one is... It's pretty bad.
So we don't know this because of...
Not Mary Kelly bad, but still pretty darn bad.
Of that.
Yeah.
The wound to the neck is clean, starting from the right and slightly oblique and descending.
If you start...
So
if you're right-handed, don't you start from the left?
Yeah, if you're right-handed, you start from the left. I agree. So that suggests that it's a left-handed person.
Yes.
Which suggests... I mean, it was mortal. They all died.
Yeah. Yeah.
From his height? Is his height above or below? How is that mutually exclusive with the other two?
If he has to stretch up or bend down, I guess.
They were standing
but it's slightly
and at his
oblique
height.
and descending, so it would be...
You think he's taller?
I think he's taller than her, but... That doesn't say that he doesn't...
So do you mean that to be from above?
I don't know.
I feel like above means that, she was laying down and...
Yeah, okay.
More than...
No, reading it like that, yeah, it makes sense. I agree.
He is taller, he is shorter. He's approximately the same... I will go with tall. He's not shorter.
Mm-hmm.
But of the other two, I don't know how...
I would think he would be about the same height, though.
No. Or at least some of the other things are wrong that lead to this conclusion. Yeah, none of the options is right, so it must be one of the other things.
Okay,
we can look at the rest of this though. The blow was given by
try
the left hand.
before that, could you try moving it from the left hand to the right hand before you start including the other ones that could then impact if it's right or wrong on the other one?
It's made it happy.
Thank you. Really? But how? I'm just imagining cutting someone with my right hand. I always start from the left. I wouldn't start from the right.
Like are you slashing towards the center of the body from like holding your arm out in the this is when I really would like the camera on, but it's like you can do both. It's just a case of how you're moving your arm.
Yes, it just feels more unnatural, I guess. But oh well.
How do we resolve the murderer as a lumberjack? I think the murderer is strong rather than a lumberjack.
Yes.
There's a bloody right hand and wrist, and the cartoid wasn't slit. She tried to stop her bleeding.
Put her hand on her throat, yes.
She tried to stop her bleeding is... What the hell is a mezzaluna?
I have no idea.
Thin because it didn't make a... Well, that doesn't... I don't know what a mezzaluna even is.
No. I would have thought it would be a thick one, but oh well.
I mean, I'm going with thin because it didn't slit something important, and you'd think a bigger thing is more able to cover a bigger area. Oh! It's a pizza knife.
Ah!
One of the ones that you, like, rock back and forth.
Yeah, no.
They were made with a
She was not how that would one of those.
Okay, so the options are really thin or thick.
Yeah.
You want thick. I will...
Yes, but we can go with thin.
No. Thick is not right. Unless the putting the hand on is wrong. But the putting the hand on is not wrong. It is thin.
No. It's thin.
Okay, if the murderer is strong... Then they're a strong man.
A strong man, yes.
Wow. And...
That one was difficult.
A Herculean leap. The blow was given by the right hand.
Uh-huh.
They could be right-handed, ambidextrous, or left-handed.
I would always say that ambidextrous could technically always be right, but...
Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Which would be...
The timeline. Weren't you doing a timeline?
No. We were just doing this, unless there's more pages.
Yeah, but no, if you go to the timeline... That's what we were doing with the thing, wasn't it? With the policeman's things?
Oh, you think that was for doing this? Okay.
Yes.
Midnight. Club ends. Well, that's easy to add in. Midnight.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
Have been ghosts all along. We're trying to help solve the case to get revenge.
Mm-hmm.
12:40 a.m., Eagle, the
12:40?
president of the club, enters the workers' club via the passageway through Dutfield's yard. He passed through Dutfield's yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened.
Mr. Dimeschultz wants to enter, cart pulled by a pony.
1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer. 12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. 12:43 a.m. Israel Schwartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
Good lord, there's a lot of them in a...
Yeah.
12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable. 12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
Ooh! I was wondering if they would do this, because this is the sort of thing I was thinking that you'd do with this sort of puzzle, where you have overlapping time zones and you have to, like, minimize the time where something could be done down to, it must have been done between this and this time. But this is the only one we've had so far that's actually had, like, a time period on it rather than occurring at a set time.
12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson.
I mean, it must be like here before he sees her. If we see her attacked here. But she's attacked here.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's from the killer. She can't already be dead when she's being attacked.
That can be the attack that kills her.
I guess. But I would think it would be closer to the other, because if you can you replay the pony one?
Mr. Dimeschultz wants to enter, cart pulled by a pony.
If you click on it on the timeline.
No, I can't.
Because he said that spooked the killer.
It's not allowed to allow me to interact with them anymore.
Okay, because I would say it's somewhere where he chases the man, well, he's getting chased, and the pony arrives. At one point between those two is when the killing would have happened.
And it doesn't note down what they say inside here, sadly. So what, you think it overlaps with the cart?
No, not overlaps, between. Like, between he runs away and, like...
12:45 to 1 a.m., the murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments.
We kind of are doing what I said I wanted us to do with this sort of puzzle, where we're saying it must occur within this time period.
Is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman. No, that's not it.
It's the pastries.
Bags of pastels, Holmes.
Probably
A
the
bag of
cuts.
pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
We have a murder to commit? I'm sorry?
Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's Yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead. As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighbourhood makes me ill at ease.
St. James Passage, Synagogue, Church Passage, Imperial Club, Mitre Square, Mitre Street.
Yeah.
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. I have no reason to go that way. Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present...
Poor Maury.
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted.
It
And
just
I have
proves how
known
bad
for a
his
few
disguise
days
is.
that you are a detective by the name
And
of
that is
Sherlock
not fitting
Holmes.
with, like,
Is
the
that so?
lore.
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who
He's
gave me
supposed to
away,
be
am I right?
competent.
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal
Our secret
favour,
police
that you
have
do
been
not
turned
reveal
to the
my
enemy.
identity.
You have my word.
They sold us out for a
Curiosity
decent
is
price,
just
though,
killing
so...
me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumours are circulating, but they are but rumours. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the three men, my friend Joseph, left that night with two other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier, when Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher,
They're having
exited.
fun with that.
He saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other two, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of two rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
After the murder, did these three men
not the
tell
same
the police
person,
what they had
probably.
seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
So the main thing I got out of that was the person was too tall to be the same as the one the policeman said?
Also wearing completely different clothing.
Where was the policeman's? Because I think he said
Because
it
the
was
policeman said he was
absolutely
prosperous.
less than 6. Oh no. Maybe that is the same. 5'8"?
No, he said 5'3", this guy.
About 5'7". Okay, that could be the right. For some reason I thought one was like 6 something, but I'm just very wrong. Old man memory, my bad.
But the clothing is still completely wrong because they were
This
told
building is
to
the
be
Great
looking
Synagogue
like
of London.
scruffy people, and the policeman said he was looking prosperous.
Closed.
Well, presumably the prosperous one is our American mutilator friend.
The Imperial Club.
That gave the
I have no
prostitute
reason
the
to go that
package
way.
before she died and was probably the client.
You gotta trick her into going into the dark alley somehow.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you have the same killer, it doesn't make sense that he has a clothing change in 20 minutes.
I have no reason to go that way.
Am I meant to go in the Jew Club?
No, you were supposed to go the other way. Back towards the murder scene.
I have no reason to go that way. The Imperial Club.
And then probably down the side street.
I have no reason
Which,
to go
due to
that
lag,
way.
you were way past by the time I said that.
There's a side street.
Mm-hmm. On the left side when you walk towards the Jewish Club from here.
Okay. I seriously cannot see anything.
I have no reason to go that way.
But it seems to be blocked. So apparently not.
I can see some sky. Oh, actually, that does help. Well, follow the edges until the game lets us go somewhere.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Well, let's find the spot where Edow's body was discovered. I have no reason to go that way.
You gotta go back to the square. I believe it was in one of the corners. Yeah, over there.
Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
We're gonna have another
This spot
imaginary
is very
person.
dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it. Let's see, we'll need a lantern.
Oh, please, yes. Okay, so come back here once you've found the lantern.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay, see, this bothers me more.
Take the lantern, Watson.
Because why does Sherlock need light to envision something in his mind? That makes no sense.
Do these objects spread
I
out
have
by
been
the victim remind us of
defending the
anything,
Mind
Watson?
Palace theory with that he can kind of like visualize things, but he should not be needing a lantern for that.
They belong to the victim. He laid them out neatly like last time. Yes.
A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils.
Oh.
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Oh.
Yeah, I told you.
The eyelids were cut off.
He took out a lot of rage on her.
The nose was cut. There is but one wound, Watson.
They're actually
it
being
goes
very
from the
kind.
left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side. There is but one wound,
Okay, I thought I was
Watson.
clicking on
It
that
goes
when I
from
was
the
trying
left
to be
side
like,
and descends
does the
in a
mouth
slight
have the
oblique
whole
towards the
suffocated
right
tongue
side.
thing like normal? She said, no cut off ears. I don't know what else you want. Maybe it is done?
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
No. Okay, I'm missing something.
The eyelids were cut
eyes?
off. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
Okay, there. Is that it? Yes.
These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen.
Lovely.
The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed.
Yes. We imagine the information about precisely which organs were removed.
The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer. Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the
It's
niceties.
like Watson can
He
see
had
the
no more than
imaginary
7
body
or
as
8
well.
minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the 2 policemen.
Okay. Policeman. 1:30.
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds. If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows.
Okay.
Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
So I am allowed in here now, and then I turn around and look for Sherlock?
You walked right past him and didn't look at him in that direction.
Am I meant to come back here?
Now then, we will need a lantern.
You're supposed
I
to
see you, Holmes.
go the route
Perfect,
of the
Watson.
policeman with
Let's
the
look
lantern.
at our timeline, Watson.
I mean, what it seemed like what it wants us to do is walk up to Holmes and light a lantern.
Yeah, the game didn't do that very well.
Based on available evidence.
1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the church passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
So you equip your lantern, and then you walk. So you're supposed to walk down from the synagogue and Imperial Club.
No, it is this way.
Mm-hmm. You walk all the way to the end there, and then you walk down towards the square, but don't actually enter the square.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay, I looked at the square.
I have no reason to go
you
that
haven't. You haven't done what he asked you to do.
I have. We're looking at it.
No.
Look! Look, we
This
can't
is
see
not
anything.
But he walked down the street. He walked down the street, but never entered the square. And at this point, there should have been a voice line, I don't see you, but oh well. Maybe did he go to the other side? Because
Maybe
this
I
point
meant
he is
to-
entering the square.
Whilst holding your lantern, go to the church passive entrance and come back and try to see me whilst holding your lantern.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was
Okay,
still
so
there.
there we go.
1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there. At 1:44 a.m. the body is discovered. Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
And then 1:35.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
Well, it's definitely not... Like, it's nowhere left of the thing, because that's the whole point of having these two. It can be when the guy... It can be anywhere between... Well, presumably they're meant to make you go here because of it fits exactly like the other one. But like, it could be anywhere up until the moment the body is discovered.
Pretty much. And was the point he made as well, was that it could be.
1:35 and 1:42
And it couldn't technically be at 1:35 because at that they're arguing, but
that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
It took us 20 minutes to walk between this murder and this murder.
Plenty of time.
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible.
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
The fourth wall has been breached. Okay. Her liver and lungs underwent small incisions. Her kidney and uterus were removed. Her nose was cut. Her cheeks were slashed to become thinner. The eyelids were cut. He hates kidneys. He knew anatomy. No, knows anatomy. The thimble was found by her. She lost a thimble. She held a thimble. She struggled.
She held.
I mean, either of those could be... Well, it would be hard for it to be in her hand if he lost it. So yes, held makes the most sense, sure. The wound to the neck goes from the right and slightly oblique descending.
I have to say though, I do like... Do I don't like? I'm not sure. But the fact that they... the portrait of the women, they use the actual crime scene photos.
Sorry, as in the outlines down here?
No. There they use animation, but on the little clickable things where you can go between them up in the corner, that's the actual crime scene photos.
Sorry?
Well, morgue photos.
These
on
things?
On the top... No. These aren't crime scenes. Well, photos taken at the morgue. In the deduction board on the top left, the images you see there are the actual photos.
Oh, these.
Yes.
These are their actual portraits, as in for each of the different women, sure.
Yes.
The murderer was behind the victim. No. This was me getting distracted about exiting the area.
Yes.
Sorry.
No,
that's fine. It's their fault for not having a good way of exiting out of this thing. It's not you. Right? If I try and go anything else, it doesn't like it, which is why I entered that lumberjack thing earlier, so that I could go do the thing you wanted and then return to the obviously wrong lumberjack thing. The wound to the neck goes from the right and slightly oblique and descending. No, I don't like that one. I mean, it could be this and it could be this. Both of these are fine.
It could be fierce.
both seem reasonable. But it only draws... Oh no, it draws the lines for all of them. The murderer was shorter. The wound is superficial. The wound is the same kind as that as
same kind.
Stride. The murderer is ambidextrous, right-handed or left-handed. The central incision goes from the sternum towards the groin. How does... That doesn't tell you any of these. Ambidextrous. Wrong!
No.
Because of the other side? But, okay, because of this side, this side could be any.
Yeah,
but
goes
this
from the
side
right.
wants it to be left. No.
No, but it right-handed. We agreed on the other one. It was right-handed.
We agreed that you could slash either way. Are you slashing outwards from you or towards the center of your body? The combination of the murderer is right-handed and the wound is the same as the previous case. The murderer is short and left-handed is the conclusion of that they're right-handed.
They did die the same way, I believe. Both of them died from the cut on the neck rather than anything else.
And then that leads to they may have been murdered by the same person. Whilst the incision goes from the sternum towards the groin, leads to the conclusion of they were opened like an animal.
Yes.
We had that before. A piece of their white apron was cut out. The items at the victim's feet are ordered well. The murderer likes order. And yet, no.
What was the one below that? Unfeeling and organized is...
This spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson.
Okay.
We have one.
So they don't just like...
Do you remember the piece of white
scheduling spreadsheets? They're uncaring and like scheduling spreadsheets.
At the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Oh.
Where did we have to go?
I'm assuming... Ooh, these are now teleportable points.
Yes.
That's cool. Yeah. Where did we have to go?
Just a few steps away from here at the entrance of a building.
Well, presumably then we want to be back in here. And we want to look at all the doorways.
I think it said in the file exactly where it was, but...
The policeman's report when he, like, found it 20 minutes later.
Yeah. I think he said where he found it. It was at the end, I think. There. The piece of bloody apron was found at the entrance hall leading to the stairs of Wentworth Model Dwellings, Pleasant Street.
Wentworth Model Dwellings on Goulston.
Goulston Street.
And then we combine that with the map. Which does not have Goulston Street.
Of course not.
Please. I'm trying to do the right thing, game. Well, the other option is we're meant to run around and find the little plaques on the walls that say the street names. But I think this is actually named. No, it isn't.
So this could be Goulston.
This could be. We're going to get told not to go further this way?
Nothing of interest here.
Yes.
If you look the other way now.
Closed.
Not that way. To the right.
I have no reason to go that way.
here?
Further back as you walked. Yeah, so I was just looking if there was anything over here, but no, there's no points here.
Not that I see.
Mm-hmm.
It might be that little passage that we were told before not to go down.
Could be.
It could also
but
be
I thought
this...
that was towards Sir James Street or something.
It could also be the... Oh, he holds the lantern and is useful.
I have no reason to go that way.
Now we can see here. That's so different. Come here. Right, when he's there, I can't see, like, almost anything there. And then he comes with the lantern and is actually useful. That is nice environmental lighting. Even if he's much too slow. And we should be holding the lantern.
You have to leave some tasks for Watson to do, okay?
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
Well, then I am...
Okay, is it on the map and we just didn't see it because we didn't see it? No, we were looking for. Travel map.
Oh, I thought you meant the map of the square. Sorry.
Let's go.
Yes. Yes, it was.
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
No, that I think was the previous one we did, Hostex. He would teleport around from inside the house to the stables and etc., depending on certain things, but even then, I'm not sure that that's the one that the, like, notorious Watson teleporting is from. He definitely did teleport in that game, but I'm unconvinced that it's the one that it's, like, historically known for Spooky Watson. Of YouTube clip fame. How can we not need that? That's like half a grappling hook.
You don't always need a grappling hook.
Nothing of interest here.
Okay.
It's further down the street.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
They all just gonna say that?
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Well, presumably we're meant to find something on the ground, though. So we're meant to be finding the, like, here's the spot where the little bit of apron square was found.
I have
I
no
thought we
reason
were just
to go
supposed
that
to find the name of the place, the archway, because it said.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
The archway?
Yeah, it's up here, I think.
This thing?
No.
This archway?
No.
No, this is the front of a building.
With archway, they mean up where you can
Nothing
go,
of
and that
interest
was
here.
between two houses there. Well, I meant archway in the traditional sense.
Like, these gaps?
No, go a bit further down, right side. There, see that where you can go through? Well, passage. Where you can see stairs.
There's the spot where
One
the
of
apron and the
these
message
is
were
what I'm
found by
thinking about.
PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Well, that can either be taken Both ways.
Have you found something
Yeah.
for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container
Also,
and some
technically, it was
water.
written on the door,
Let me
not on the
remind you that it's
stone.
nighttime
But
and the street is deserted, Holmes. I have no reason to go that way.
Well, there's a bucket
Water.
with water, but not a bucket. Can we fill our lantern with?
Water.
No. Now we know that we need the grappling hook.
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Watson think it might come in handy. Holmes wasn't convinced.
But then it's
I
going to
have
say,
no reason to go that way.
do we grab one of the pots from overhead?
Could be.
Yes, and that's why we need the grappling hook.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
That's why I've equipped the grappling hook. Game.
It's not
A
long
watering
enough.
can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Okay, so what? You want us to extendo the pole? It won't let us pick up more.
Yeah.
Oh no, there we
An
go.
old wooden pole. A merchant
say it?
probably threw it out.
I need some way of merging them, or can I use them like that?
You need
A
something to
watering
merge them
can.
with. You need
That's
rope.
what I need. But I can't reach it. That may come in
Or a
handy.
rag
Who
or
knows?
something. Rope.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it. A watering can.
Oh, come on, I've
That's what
equipped
I
it.
need, but I can't reach it.
Large,
Still not long enough, it would seem.
large pole with a hook.
A watering can.
Huh?
That's
It's
what
not
I
good
need,
enough.
But I can't reach it.
It's becoming the cogs are blocked.
It's a watering can, but I can't reach it.
Can I complain to you about my
Have you found something for
non-functional
us to
grappling
pour
hook?
water from, Watson?
I have no reason to go that way.
Do I need the grappling hook to be wet?
Water.
Would you need a grappling hook to be wet?
Because it's the only other thing I've seen that we can interact with.
Hmm.
Oh. Oh. Now we can reach it. Well, at least I don't have to hear it again. Fill up the watering can. Try to clean this. Do I use it on you, or do I use it on the...
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Yes. Here.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been.
We're going to imitate 35
This
minutes
message
of rain.
could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
No. It didn't. I meant to go somewhere with the watering
I have no reason
can.
to go that way.
No, you're supposed to go with the lantern in the middle of the street and then look up into the where he's standing. Where you use the watering can. From the middle of the street. And then probably go and report him your findings.
No, you aren't in the right spot with the lamp, Watson.
He said he walked in the middle of the street, so...
Maybe
that
I need to
should be
not
it.
have the lantern?
He said with lantern. Can you
I have no reason
instigate
to go
talking
that
to
way.
Sherlock from that angle?
No, it just moves towards him.
Okay.
No, you aren't in the right spot with the...
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
So if you stand there... Whoop, you moved. Go further back. To your left. With lantern. And then from middle of the street, stand in the middle of the street.
I have no reason to go
Stop,
that way.
and walk diagonal toward Sherlock.
No, you aren't in the right spot.
I have no
Okay,
reason
a
to go
little bit
that
more
way.
to the right when you do that.
No, you aren't in the right spot with the lamp.
That's the left.
I have no reason to go that way.
There's one angle here, something that
No,
we have
you
to
aren't
hit.
in the right spot with the lamp.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the
Terrible.
white flag, Watson?
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And they've stopped actually noting the dialogue.
No, you aren't in the right spot.
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
P.C. Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question.
Ugh, the
What
spelling
would that
in
be,
there.
Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Liz Stride was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Eddowes not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally... This piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help
we know
me
it was
think
the
more clearly.
policeman.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
One of the notes we had said that the policeman cleaned it because he didn't want it being there by the time the sun came up.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we were told to go home. We were actually given useful instructions about where to go.
Let's go to Baker Street. I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Not my stereotypical hat. Okay. Find a bunch of clothes to play dress up with. Sure. Suit. Why are we suddenly in... Oh, someone really wanted that animation to be in third-person mode. I'm kind of surprised that the mannequin... We were told to... Yeah, okay. We grabbed the mannequin as well. We have to separate the mannequin from the
We
jacket
shall place
before
our
bringing
mannequins
it.
here, Watson.
He's got a black hole drawer
Mm-hmm.
with nothing in
I
it.
wonder if this is the scene that I mistakenly confused with that you have to select the costume for him.
A wig. This will come in handy.
But we still don't have his hat. Ah.
That was hanging there.
Have you assembled all of our material, Watson?
Yes?
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Age of the murderer, and we're missing a mannequin.
Mm-hmm.
Is there really any other spaces in the house that could have a mannequin?
I have no reason to go that way.
In the mannequin cupboard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there's
Where
the...
else do you keep your mannequins?
Okay. Okay.
But we missed...
Now,
No, we do have 3 hats.
where is the dialogue about the person who
So one is the Mitre Square one. Mitre Square Abraham statement. Because he tells what...
He tells you what the other person would tell you, but is not
yeah.
allowed to tell you because he's sworn to
Yes.
secrecy.
So that's a description. So we can use that document as proof.
Well, it likes it.
And
It's
then
gone
the-
green.
And then the policeman was one.
Oh, you didn't want to start trying to do the... Okay, policeman.
No, I wanted to gather all of them first. But... I think you went too far down.
This guy? I only saw him for a
Yes.
moment. Barely 30 blah blah blah.
Small dark
Yes.
brown mustache, olive complexion.
And...
The third one. Third one I'm not sure about. Oh
It's
yeah,
Sherlock.
the woman. The woman in the earlier one who walked right past them. Oh, she was early. She was early. None of the brothel women. This was just random lady on the streets.
I don't think we have random ladies on the street.
Oh, strange. We not talk to her? Talk to her. She was like I walked right past. I was certain there was someone who explained to us that they had walked right past them.
It's Timmy!
Timmy. That was during the Anne Chapman one.
No. Can be the doctor, but the doctor said people went to the fire and that's therefore not the person. Hmm. There was this one.
Yeah, probably that was something, but I don't think that was it. No, that wasn't one of the murders.
No. Oh, come on, let me select that lady. This one. Thank you. So this is the one that was cleaning the floor?
Ah.
Yeah. No, not floor clean lady. Oh, I have to remove. I was like, why isn't it giving me the option to use anyone else's, but... He had something to say. Not you. Not you. Come on, where is he? Where is the,
We talked.
Should be here.
Is it in documents?
It should be where these two are, because we talked to the actor man again.
Yeah.
Not the actor, the writer man, the reporter.
Could you go in documents, please?
Yeah. So, not the map, it could be this, but this doesn't say... This is just clothes.
We're looking for testimony. There was someone's testimony.
Oh, the one at the start?
Yeah, because it was with Anne Chapman. So it was fairly early.
This is about the murder, though. This, testimony of E. Long. The man seen with the victim was described as age 40, height this height, clothing. Deer stalker hat. That seems...
Yes,
Bravo,
this is the
Watson.
one.
There
This is the
are
woman I
three
said that walked
witnesses.
right past them. Oh, thank goodness I wasn't imagining that.
Okay. Where's the deer stalker hat?
The brown deerstalker hat, it's in the middle.
There. How old did you think he was? 40?
40? At least 40.
Sure, what else? Brown
Really
deerstalker
tall
hat,
and-
dark coat.
5 feet 3 inches though.
I mean, that looks darker than the other one. Sorry, there's a height thing?
Yes, there is. 5
oh,
feet
at the
3
tort.
inches.
Okay. The murderer's height... Okay, they don't actually have the little quotes for... His height is 53, not 5'3" inches. A little taller. So what? Add 2?
No, that was... I thought that was that. She was 5, wasn't she?
A little taller than the woman with whom he was discussing. The last subject of this sentence is the woman
Approximately.
whom he was discussing.
No,
Who
it's
is-
referring back to a little taller.
Well, that's not how English works, but approximately 5'3" inches must refer to the last noun clause, like the last object that is described, which should be the woman, but okay, so that's just maybe poor English. The dark coat, working class, dark hair, moustache, dark face, foreigner. Dark hair, which maybe we can't put it on until the hat is gone?
There we are. Magnificent.
Yes. Okay, you. Oof. Short black outfit, small felt hat, like a... Print screen, Mari. Like a cap. In a dark colour and a white collar, he seemed to be a respectable type. Carrying a packet in his hand, wrapped in newspaper, 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide. Oh, barely 30? Maybe less, 28, 26. 5'8". He had a small, dark brown moustache and olive complexion. And the rest is about time, so what you've print screened should be sufficient
Okay.
for this.
So,
So he was
5'8".
5'8", 26-ish.
Roughly.
Hair color?
And then small dark brown mustache.
Dark brown moustache. Yup.
Let's see, what else?
And then it was
I
fancy
lost it.
clothes, but with white inners.
Yeah, white collar.
We don't have white collar for anything, I don't think. But these are described as
Short
workers'
black
clothes.
outfit, small felt hat. In a dark color.
Small felt hat. How am I meant to tell
Like a cap.
They're both caps, though. Dark color, maybe?
There we
Maybe.
are.
I was think
Magnificent.
grey, but... Oh.
Okay, and now this one. The man who's giving us second-hand evidence. Not taller than 5 feet tall.
We go a bit
No,
further down, I can
sorry.
get everything in one.
He couldn't remember anything except the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman who was 5'3" tall. So that one's definitely 5'3".
That's definitely.
There's no ambiguity into who is the
No.
subject there. There we are. The man must have been 30, 5'7", light complexion, fair moustache, loose dark jacket, grey cap, red scarf. Only saw him for an instant from behind. And then the rest is nothing. Okay. So it was 5'3".
Oh, but the other one says it wasn't, though.
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin.
Underneath
the account
it says
given by
the
Mr.
man must have been
Solomonovich's friend is incorrect
30
in
years
at least
old, about
one point.
5.7.
The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5'7" tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5'3". Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
They like my number and not yours. I'm sorry,
Smith's
Maury.
account, You must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
Do I not need to do the rest of this? You've only got one set of clothing left. What color hair?
Let's see. Wore a loose dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck.
We don't have any scarves, but we do have a
Had a fair moustache, light complexion.
fair. So we go with blonde or
Yeah.
blonde. Blonde, blonde, or blonde? I guess blonde. No. Maybe fair means ginger. Perhaps fair actually means dark. No. So fair does mean fair. Age, though. I thought it said...
30.
What, 30? Okay.
Yeah.
There we are. Magnificent.
And there's still something wrong we're getting with the policeman's one.
Yeah, because he said that he was wrong. He said we had to correct it. Sherlock said we
they
had to
want us
correct
to
it.
drop this down to the same height?
Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated
They
based
want us
on
to
the correct
fabricate
accounts.
evidence.
Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson.
We have to set up lamps?
Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colours. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same colour as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
And now we go to the deductions thingy? No. Is there something else? I thought we've done all three now. We've corrected for this. Maybe we need to correct for age?
No, I think we need to correct the hair. Wasn't that what we were looking at in the dark?
Oh, you want us, like, based on the fact that he just said we can ignore their blonde to make this
Yes.
dark now?
And if you now exit, does he say anything?
Okay, Watson, let's
No,
give
he
all of
doesn't.
our
That's
mannequins
strange.
the same hair.
Maybe I didn't give them the same brown?
They all have the same brown.
They do have the same brown. I've
we
done
might
that.
Have,
Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins
have a
the same
bug.
hair.
Or was it that everyone had to have light hair?
Ah, that could also,
I will admit I wasn't paying too much attention because I was looking at the
yoink,
screenshot, but
yoink, yoink.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair...
So
the
they
three
actually want
witnesses
us
should
to give
agree
them the
on
same
Abraham's
and
testimony.
correct color
Joseph
hair.
is the only one who saw our man in full light. His hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
As long as it's not moral flexibility.
so now he wants us to adjust the age.
So oh, so they could be as young as 22 or as old as 38? Huh? Maybe they only want to vary it by 3 here, then? This is varying it
3
by
to 5.
5. So, 25 to 35, but that's already done. That's the first one.
Yeah, but you need 3 then. So that would be 27.
But then why are there 2?
33. Maybe 4? For the last one, it's 3 to 5, so maybe. I don't know. Maybe upwards? You could be...
Oh my god, they
Excellent. Now,
they want
on
you
the
to
next
enumerate all the exact numbers that it can be, not just indicate the range. Okay. So he could be 17.
He could be 10.
He could be 18. He could be 19. No, but now there's not enough entries to enumerate the exact...
No, I think that was just because that one didn't have that many.
And on this side, it can be 37. 34. And 33.
Perfect, Watson.
But there's more. There's more! This can go all the way up to 26. Bad! Bad puzzle, bad math. They're not doing their math properly. Boo! 31. 32. 33. 49. 48. 47.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Huh?
So they all have 33.
I mean, the upper limit of this one is 35, so they can't be older than 35. The lowest number this one can be is 30.
So between 30 and
They're
35.
between 30 and 35. I don't understand what they want us to enter.
I think they want us to have all of them be equal.
Well, I was thinking they want us to indicate the upper and lower bounds of what the age can be.
No, they want all the mannequins to be the same. This has been the case for everything else. I can't imagine that it would be different.
Well, he could be 32. Well, we can start all the way down at 30. This is tedious, but...
I would assume it would be done meet at 33, but oh well. Probably not.
No, and now it's outside the maximum age for this guy.
Huh. That's strange. Determine the age of the murder thanks to the age range and apply it to the mannequin. But that would imply that he's somewhere between those two.
Yeah, he has to be between 35 and 30. Because this is the highest number this one can be, and this is the lowest number this one can be.
And that would be the 33. I can't see how 33 wasn't right. Yes, Solar, he has turned to brute forcing.
Well, I'm willing to listen to other suggestions. I'm not hearing any.
No, I because in my head it's still
Perfect,
wrong when it
Watson.
should have been
Within a
33.
margin of
33
1 year,
should have been the
Watson.
right
The
one.
age of our
And it was
murderer is
33, which I
33 years.
said from the
But
start.
the man described
But
by
we
Smith
input
was
3333333.
whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Well,
Indeed,
maybe you
but
clicked away
Whitechapel's
from it too fast, so
respectively
it doesn't
could
react.
quite easily describe the Sunday
Maybe.
bests that all lower class
Because you were
men
trying
own.
to brute force by going upwards,
Now,
so it
let's place
doesn't give
ourselves
the
in
time
the shoes of Liz
to
Stride's killer. He has just
settle.
slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
What will Jack the Ripper do after committing the first murder in Dutfield's yard and before committing the second in Mitre Square? Find an accomplice, flee, buy a disguise, wait a while on the premises, and throw his clothing in the sewer or trash bin. Waste paper basket, thank you. We're in Great Britain. It's not a trash bin, it is a waste paper basket. Return home or to a safe location. Enter in a pub. And the other half of the sentence, nothing. It is not he who committed the second murder. Look for another victim, commit the second murder in his place, wait a moment before searching for another victim, change and go look for another victim, escape without being recognized as quickly as possible.
I mean, it's fairly logical, I guess.
This can't be any answer because none of the other halves of the sentence match. Find an
What do you mean?
accomplice to as quickly as possible. Flee and as quickly as possible.
No, but I mean, it makes logical sense that what you do if you get caught, you return home or to a safe location, and then you change and go look for another victim.
No, I'm saying this one, this very last one, grammatically doesn't work with any of these.
Well, no, but I'm doing it from detective points. There is only one logical answer.
I was going to start eliminating them. So what you're saying...
Return home or to a safe location and change and look for another victim.
No, that's not it.
Change and go look for another victim.
Go back home or to a safe
Put the
location,
wrong one on the second
change
one.
his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation,
They're really
Watson.
similar.
The man
But
returned to the
that's
safety
the only
of his
thing you would
lodgings
do.
and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please...
Well, this is why we have the giant compasses.
One of which can draw ellipses.
The ones that are like as large as a person.
Yep.
This is huge. Right? This pencil is almost as big as a chest of drawers.
We'll need a map, Watson.
These? These are maps. And yet, no.
We need a map of London.
Am I allowed out of the house?
I have no reason to go that way.
About it.
That could also be a map.
Just making sure the player will see it, yeah, pretty much.
They're making it ludicrously oversized for that reason. It could be in either of these cupboards now. Still no. Still no. This map.
I am in need of something.
Use these on giant map.
First of all, let's
Yes.
place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Place the graffito on the map. Place the 4 murderers on the map. Sorry? Oh!
You have to
This.
place them.
Okay. This was here. First murdered lady was here.
Foxborough murder, yeah.
Second murdered lady was...
They're not in the right order, by the way. If you look at their name, Annie Chapman is second. Elizabeth Stride, Polly Nichols was the first to be murdered.
Oh, they haven't ordered them correctly here.
No,
Well,
precisely.
That's annoying.
I mean, there is to make sure that you know their names and not just as numbers.
They aren't. They're first woman to be murdered. Second woman to be murdered.
They were real women, Blobber, and they deserve that you remember their name. Annie Chapman was the second victim.
Okay.
And was found up in the top corner.
That one?
Yeah,
This
Hanbury
was
Street.
here. I know that one. This lady versus
She was close to the graffiti.
Presumably the one missing the face is the one that was...
Yes.
But that was
She
also
was
near
the
here.
fourth. No, that was next to the graffiti.
No,
She was the one who had the apron who he wrapped it in. She was the
like,
one
we
in Mike was
imagined
scared.
her inside the thing in... We imagined her inside that little area that we could walk in and out when the door was closed.
That was victim number 3. The mutilated one is in Mitre Square. Elizabeth Stride was the one who we found and where we could walk back and forth through the gate.
Okay, so that's there, and then you are here.
Perfect, Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
Okay, these two... I'm sorry?
You need probably to get your pencil.
But I looked in my inventory and it wasn't a thing before.
No, but it's down on the bottom line there.
I thought these were instructions, not things you could pick up.
Mm.
Oh. No, I don't want to draw again. Please stop. Reset. It's hard to tell if she's further from this one or this one. I think this one is slightly further. Maybe that one? Like, this looks very equidistant. Like, this looks like a parallelogram where this is the obviously long side. But I'm not sold on, like, out of that or this, which is longer. I don't think it would be that one. I think that's shorter. Are we meant to use the circle drawer?
He did say just draw lines, but...
No, I can't. I'm allowed to select the eraser, but I'm not allowed to select the compass yet.
Yeah, because we're not at that stage yet.
You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the centre of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other.
That's the two bottom
Perfect.
ones.
We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
Sorry?
Did you get that?
He wants to add two, but you use this to draw a circle. Oh!
Yeah?
But that's that thing. This thing can draw weird shapes. I don't know how this tool works. I have never used this tool. I don't know what this does aside from maybe draw pretty pretty curves around its outside edges.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not letting me access the other tools, so presumably it wants
No.
me to use this tool somehow.
Yes. So 30 minutes is the length that we had to get. So that was 20 plus 30.
I mean, this was meant to be the big axes, which was... also doesn't draw it in the right way.
No, because I think you were supposed to start your point in the middle between them, but I'm not certain.
But how do you tell them...
I think that was what
like,
he said.
how do you
Start
tell
at
where the
midpoint.
exact middle is, then?
Oh,
It's-
roughly middle.
Like, it should be drawing it where you pick the start and end point,
Hmm.
and then makes the arc go between the start and end point. It's a very clumsy way of... Okay, but anyway. Now, how do I control the height?
But was it that midpoint, or was it the midpoint where everything crosses?
What, you want it to
I
be...
missed what he said. That doesn't look right, so it has to have been what from that other one, I would assume. You want
Well,
to
we
get
can go
30
see if the
minutes, that's
dialogue
what he
has been
said.
noted.
I would have liked to hear the dialogue.
Okay. Let us suppose that the killer left Dutfield Yard at 1 and was seen at Mitre Square at 1:35, when he was then seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves 10 minutes to get to his lodgings. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half again, we get a distance of 30. By taking the two right segments, which means what? Each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipsis.
Mhm.
That-
Okay, so I guess you then click it in the middle of that line that we have drawn between those two murders. And then you draw it, well, either left or right, past that green line so that you get the yellow circle that falls over both of those two. And then it's supposed to be about roughly 10 minutes extra added, which would put it at... So put the thing in the middle, but not at that middle between the two murders.
Between which pair of murders?
The
This
two
one
ones
and
that we're
this
talking
one?
about now.
Yeah.
Yes. So you put it in the middle of that, and then you pull it a bit further, because you want it a bit further on each side.
So you want it 50% bigger than here to here.
About
So something like that.
there. A little bit smaller, perhaps, but roughly yes. He's not happy with that, so I guess it's smaller. Can I ask a question? If you draw
There
that
we are,
same
Watson.
line,
Our killer lives in this
and you
area.
let go of
It's
it.
still rather a vast
Oh,
area,
well.
Holmes.
Yes,
Oh,
indeed.
okay.
And our goal is to
I
reduce
began
this
brute
area as
forcing
much
the
as we can.
size, and it...
We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after two murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
I actually want to immediately... The murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure. Given that the killer knew he was wanted for the act he committed not long before, we can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, an area not far from where he lives. So, Mitre Square near house. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point. Around the 2 murders?
So,
around the
so
graffiti?
You put the center in the graffiti and you pull until the line hits the murder at Mitre Square.
Okay.
Then you should have the
circle from here to Mitre Square?
Yes.
Our killer must surely live inside this circle.
That should be the
now,
axis.
let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined.
I missed what he said because I was
Intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously drew. I think they want us to indicate that the inside of this...
So that's the area, yeah.
There we are, Watson. The Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies...
God, those eyes on the first one!
He also removed 1 or more organs. We can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
The one who was sworn to secrecy.
Mm-hmm.
And who we couldn't get testimony from before. Anyway, teleport to... newspaper thing. This.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
The IOU note.
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
The traitor! He owes me, if I find him.
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories.
Oh god, no.
In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Reinvent their filing system puzzle.
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
And there's no instruction.
Of course not.
I'm not allowed to...
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Okay, well that one...
This compartment was repaired recently.
So what did he say about it? Did he give us any clues that we can use?
Just let me finish
Oh yeah, sure.
seeing if
An
any others
envelope is
are...
torn.
Okay.
I can tell that this dispatch can... This compartment was
No, none of the others seem to have anything. Okay, so you want this, dialogue, this man, scroll. The dossiers are full of papers on dated envelopes. No, that's Sherlock. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you will find the ones from the trials and investigations we sell to the newspapers.
Okay, so there has to be some other clue as to what goes where.
So
Similar to how we did the wardrobes.
You think go look around the world a bit? We can go
Yes.
look around the world a bit.
I think there has to be something like law is I have just emptied it so there's nothing there or something like that. Repair the wood of which one was that?
We can look at them again. I was just going to collect them all and then...
Oh, okay, sure.
My instinct was, maybe it's the colors. Like, the blue ones tend to be...
Oh, it's that one. That's one recently repaired. It has newer wood. Top right corner is the repaired one. So that note that you just saw is related to that.
Really?
Yeah.
Bill for repairs of news in brief compartment. Okay, sure. So... that. We collect all the things, then we'll look at them and work out what they all do.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Sounds good. So it is like the guard locker room puzzle again with find the things and then
Position them
you'll
in
know
the-
which one is left for the whatever.
Yeah. I don't see any more. Maybe this is enough?
Yeah, should be. Not that many compartments.
Okay.
Dear Ferdinand. What are you starting?
There's the first one. Letter from the director. Sir. Oh, did you want to read one? Sorry.
No. I feel free.
As the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police, law, and culture, respectively. Would you be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one filing cabinet? While awaiting your response, please accept our best wishes. So, police, law, and culture are below world and society?
And world and society is large, like it's full.
Yeah. You got Notepad open, or...?
Give me a second. I don't have Notepad open. Oh, whoop.
Something similar?
Right.
So it was world and society is full, beneath world and society is police, law, and culture.
Yes.
Then we've got blue envelopes contain confidential facts that must not be discussed. They contain political personalities, especially the royal family, and economic issues. These dispatches will be retained, only to be refused when Buckingham Palace or ministers give us authority. Blue equals royal or economy.
Yes. And we already placed economy.
Yeah, so the other blue one should presumably be royal. To improve the dispatch filing, propose major info up high except news in brief. Minor info down low except police and law. So police and law is in the top, which we knew because... No, that can't be true because something else was told to be...
This is to improve, propose. This hasn't happened. This is a proposal.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that they aren't like that already either. I mean, you wouldn't suggest to change something that doesn't need changing, I suppose, is the answer to that. But so currently, news in brief is not high. So news in brief is low.
News in brief is high. No. News in brief is already high. We have already placed news in brief high. And
but
police and low, we know are low.
They want to move it to... Oh, they want to move news in brief to low. So it must be high. And that... Minor info down low, except police law.
So they want
police law to go up, so it's currently down. Which we knew anyway, because that other thing that said the top thing is overflowing into police and law on the bottom.
Yes.
In the future, propose also to invert news in brief, which is, for the moment, up high, and police law, which is actually down low. Yeah, so... News in brief, up, police and law, down.
Yeah.
The weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news in brief. But that's a change.
Actually relevant.
But
that is
it being
relevant.
empty is relevant.
Yes.
So weather
that's the only relevant thing from that.
Well, the only relevant thing that we don't also have something else. My dear George, your little brother has had some misfortune. My first week of work was very grueling. First, I was given a spot far from the stove, and I'm so cold in the morning. Next, I have to sort through the dispatches, a most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once the work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my third day, the boss called me into his office to give me a sermon. It seems that I'd mixed up some of them. I was so worn out that I could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance. Now I'm in a sticky situation. The only hopeful note comes from my colleague, Miss Filthen, a charming young woman who is the only one to give me a smile. She helps me as much as she can and tries to prompt me regarding which compartments I should put my dispatches. Because everyone here knows the order of the sections, but no one has bothered to tell me. The lady is so much compassion and slides me notes such as politics and society are on the side. So there we go. Politics and society are on the side. Sports is underneath economy. This is such a lazy way of conveying a whole bunch of rules. Personalities is at the end of the row. Front page news is the first compartment. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. I don't think that she likes placing the envelope on the desks at all because she ends up with some thanks that are very disturbing. I have volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my troubles to Mumsy. I don't want to alarm her, but not wanting to lie to her, I've chosen not to write. With warmest regards, your brother Albert. Did you grab all of them, or do I need to do any of them again?
No. But could we just do in the ones that we have so far, because it's getting a bit much.
We've only got one more to go.
Okay.
Dear Ferdinand, I'm confirming my presence on Friday evening at the club. It will be with pleasure because I can't get my mind off of things or risk falling into a black depression. Just imagine the new laddie still has the favours of that Janet, but she'll end up forgetting him and giving in to me because I'm not lacking in ideas to get rid of her suitors. Yesterday I randomly placed a few inventions and science as well as politics with the politics dispatches. After all, they are always harebrained items. Given that the compartments are one on the top of the other, so inventions and science and politics are vertically aligned. They're one column. It could have easily passed as one of the new lad's errors, and as anticipated, he was called in by the... Oh, you rat! By the boss. As soon as I have the chance, I will show him how, like in the news, everything's in the balance. He looks like a half-wit. He could easily confuse the politics with the society section. Ooh, he could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right. So...
Society is next to
Society
politics
is right
on
of
the
politics.
Right, and then society is also next to economy.
And this latter with economy, which is its neighbour.
Okay.
So these three are all in a row horizontally.
Yes.
I don't know how an intelligent girl like Janet can like a swat like him, but he doesn't have much longer to smile. The end. And now we're back in here. Okay, weather is mostly empty.
So we now know that economy, weather is mostly empty.
So this here? Probably?
And next to economy was then society.
And then next to that, because it was adjacent to two things?
Yes, it was. Society was between economy and politics.
Sure.
Yesterday, I randomly placed a few inventions and science with policy dispatch. After all, they are always hybrid item. One is on top of the other.
Was that politics, sorry?
Yeah.
Okay,
Politics.
So inventions and society is below politics.
Okay, that's that one. Let's see. Politics and societies are on the side.
They're in the middle?
No. Oh, could it be that the economy one has been moved?
So you think the rearrangement that is yet to happen has happened?
No, I think that was the mix up with Patriots, but oh well. Politics and society are on the side. Sports is underneath economy.
Well. Yep.
Personalities is at the end of the row.
So either here or here.
I would assume personalities is the royals, and therefore it would be...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can agree to that.
And front page news is the first compartment.
And then this must be the pair that was vertical, which was...
Let's see. Where the section's almost
So we
always
need
empty, blue
world,
envelope.
police and law, or culture are the things we need rules on. World, police and law...
Particularly for the world and society sections, which cover over too much. So world and society
are both very full, so presumably this is
both
world.
colors, so they fall into the other one, yeah.
Okay.
Which is police, law, and culture.
Yeah, but which of...
Respectively.
Yeah.
I don't
Brute
know
force?
which one. Yes.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Thankfully, we didn't have to walk around and note down the names of people with moustaches for this one.
Uh-huh.
Bloody names. Why can't they just be man outside housing, man inside archway?
They are people. They deserve to have names. Just like it's not woman who murdered it
one
first.
First woman murdered, yes. Now what did you actually want us to do, Sherlock? Maybe I meant to look at it? Maybe I meant to go home?
Nothing of interest here.
No. Am I meant to... burn it?
I need
Open your
something.
letter?
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Oh, you need to do the steaming of tea thing, don't you? To open it.
Oh, I don't know that there's kettles. We've got a bucket. Oh god, I'm gonna make it. Okay, put it on the stove.
I need something.
This watering can is going to be... Really?
We put the water in something else.
I put the watering can in the stove? Oh, do I need to get coal for the stove as well?
Something.
Oh.
No, do I need matches? Yes. And now I can...
I need something.
No, we need something that goes on top of the watering can. Ah.
A kettle.
We use the watering can to fill up the kettle. Madness, but okay. We use the watering can to fill up the kettle.
That will provide me with steam.
And then
Then we can steam our letter.
These envelopes contain dispatches of...
Do I have to wait?
We
have to wait.
You need to close.
Wow.
You probably have to close.
Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
And we were watching it. Even while we were watching it, it boiled. Testimony in the Smith affair. Inquest of the day of Saturday, April 7th, 1888. Mr. Wine E. Baxter. Winey. The East Middlesex coroner held an inquiry on Saturday, the 7th of April, at the London Hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, aged 45, widow, lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who, it was alleged, had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of the H Division of Police attended for the commissioners of police. Mrs. Mary Russell, deputy keeper of a common lodging house, stated that she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of Bank Holiday, April 2nd, she left home at 7 o'clock and returned around 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She had told the witness that she had been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witnesses took her to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she had been assaulted. She said there were 3 men, but she couldn't describe them. Mr. George Haslip House surgeon stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking but was not intoxicated, bleeding from the head and ear, and had other injuries of a revolting nature. Witness found that she was suffering from rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by some blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning she'd been passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming towards her. She had crossed the road to avoid them, but they had followed, assaulted her, took all the money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except that she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued on Wednesday morning, the 4th of April, though peritonitis set upon the injuries. Margaret Hayes, living at the same address as the deceased, deposed to seeing Mrs. Smith in company, I suppose that means give a deposition, with a man at the corner of Farrant Street and Burdey Road. The man, who dressed in a dark suit and wore a white silk handkerchief around his neck, was of medium height. Witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West of H Division stated that he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables on the beat, but none of them had appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It was impossible to imagine a more brutal or dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of justice would be better met by the jury recording their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against a person or persons unknown. The police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up to yesterday, April 8th, had not any clue as to the persons who had committed this outrage. Testimony on the Tarbham case. Last day of the inquest, Thursday, August 23 of 1888. Yesterday afternoon, 23rd of August, which doesn't make sense seeing as it's dated the 23rd of August. It should be on the 24th. Mr. George Collier, Deputy Coroner for South East Middlesex, resumed the inquiry at the Working Lads Institute, Whitechapel, into the circumstances attending the death of Martha Turner or Tarbham, a hawker, lately living at 4 Star Place, Star Street, Commercial Road, East End? I don't know what E would be. Who was discovered early in the morning of Tuesday, the 7th, inst. I don't know what that would be either. Lying dead on the first floor landing of some model dwellings known as George Yard Buildings, Commercial Street, Spitalfields. When found, the woman presented a shocking appearance, there being some 39 stab wounds on the body, some of them apparently having been inflicted with a bayonet. Alfred George Crow, cab driver, 35, George Yard Buildings, deposed that he got home at 3:30 on Tuesday. As he was passing the first floor landing, he saw a body laying on the ground. He took no notice, as he was accustomed to seeing police lying about there. He did not then know whether the person was alive or dead. He got up at 9:30, and when he went down the staircase, the body was not there. Witnesses heard no noise while he was in bed. Police Constable Thomas Barret, 226H, said that the last witness called his attention to the body of the deceased. He sent for a doctor who had pronounced life extinct. Dr. T.R. Killen. Seriously, Dr. Killen? Of 68 Brick Lane, said that he was called to the deceased and found her dead. She had 39 stabs on her body. She had been dead for some 3 hours, and her age was about 36, body well nourished. Witness had since made a post-mortem examination of the body. The left lung was penetrated in 5 places, and the right penetrated 2. The heart penetrated in 1 place, and that would be sufficient to cause death. The liver penetrated 5 places, the spleen 2, the stomach 6. The witness did not think all the wounds were inflicted with the same instrument. The wounds generally might have been inflicted with a knife, but such an instrument could not have inflicted each one of the wounds, which went through the chest... Oh, could not have inflicted one of the wounds, which went through the chest bone. His opinion is that one of the wounds was inflicted by a dagger, and that all of them were caused during life. Oh, the poor lady. So that's like 6 plus 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 2 plus 6, like almost 20 stabs whilst alive.
Mm-hmm.
His opinion was that one of the wounds was inflicted... Oh, no, he said did that. Henry Samuel Tabram, 6, River Terraced, East Greenwich, husband of the deceased woman, said he last saw her alive about 18 months ago in the Whitechapel Road. They'd been separated for 13 years owing to her drinking habits. She obtained a warrant against him. For some part of the time, witnesses allowed her 12 shillings a week, but in consequence of her annoyance, he stopped this allowance 10 years ago, since which time he had made it half a crown a week, as he found she was living with a man. Henry Turner, a carpenter staying at the Working Men's Home, Commercial Street, Spitalfields, stated that he had been living with a woman, Tabram, as his wife for about 9 years. 2 or 3 weeks previously to this occurrence, he ceased to do so. He'd left her on 2 or 3 occasions in consequence of her drinking habits, but they had come together again. He last saw her alive on Saturday the 4th, inst, in Leadenhead Street. He then gave her 1 shilling 6d to get some stock. When she had money, she spent it in drink. While living with witnesses, deceased's usual time for coming home was around 11 o'clock. As far as he knew, she had no regular companion and did not know that she walked the streets. As a rule, he was... What? As a rule, he said, a man of sober habits, and when the deceased was sober, they usually got on well together. Good Lord! Miss Mary Bosefield, wife of a woodcutter residing at 4 Star Place Commercial Road, knew the deceased by the name of Turner. She was formerly a lodger in her house with the man Turner. Deceased would rather have a glass of ale than a cup of tea. But she was not a woman who got continually drunk, and she never brought home any companions. She left without giving notice and owed 2 weeks' rent. Mary Ann Colony, Pearly Poll, who, at the suggestion of Inspector Reed, was cautioned in the usual manner before being sworn, stated she had been for the last 2 nights living at a lodging house in Dorset Street, Spitalfields. Witness was a single woman. She'd known the woman Tabram for about 4 or 5 months. She knew her by name of Emma. She last saw her alive on Bank Holiday night, when witness was with her about 3/4 of an hour, and they separated at 11:45. Witness was with Tabram and 2 soldiers, 1 private and 1 corporal. She didn't know what regiment they belonged to, but they had white bands around their caps. After they separated, Tabram went away with the private, and witness accompanied the corporal up Angel Alley. There was no quarrelling between any of them. Witness had been to the barracks to identify the soldiers, and the 2 men she picked out were, to the best of her belief, the men she and Tabram were with. The men at the Wellington barracks were paraded before witnesses. One of the men picked out by the witnesses turned out to not be a corporal, but he did have stripes on his arms. So he was probably lying about his rank. Detective Inspector Reed made a statement of the efforts made by the police to discover the perpetrator of the murder. Several persons had stated that they'd saw the deceased woman on the previous Sundays with a corporal, but when all the corporals and privates at the Tower and Wellington barracks were paraded before them, they failed to identify the man. The military authorities afforded every facility to the police. Pearly Poll picked out 2 men belonging to the Coldstream Guards at the Wellington barracks. One of those men had 3 good conduct stripes, and he was proved beyond doubt to have been with his wife from 8 o'clock on the Monday night until 6 the following morning. The other man was also proved to have been in barracks at 5 minutes past 10 Bank Holiday night. The police would be pleased if anyone would give them information or have seen anyone with the deceased on the night of the bank holiday. The coroner, in summing up, said that the crime was one of the most brutal that had occurred for some years. For a poor defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in the manner which this woman had been was almost beyond belief. They could only come to one conclusion, and that was that the deceased was brutally and cruelly murdered. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against person or persons unknown. This time they don't feel the need to imply that any such murder must be from someone not from England.
Mm-hmm.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
It's amazing. The kettle is equally loud no matter where we are.
It's a
I must go
magical
to the
kettle.
pet shop. I must go to the pet shop. Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
In good
What
news,
was
though,
this?
the little pug
Ring
might be
the bell.
free.
The kids you were with the other day were there. They
Kids?
told me. They just came
Could
by
also
to
be
ask
dead.
for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah,
Is something wrong?
it's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Oh, where did he go? Because
He disappeared.
we were told before that it might be someone with reason to think that prostitutes are to blame for spreading diseases. And we've just had the whole little, my child has died of syphilis. Which would imply that it's the meat-selling
I have
man.
no reason to go that way.
He hardly fits the brief of strong man, but sure.
I mean, he's a butcher. That's not...
He's not a butcher. He makes, like, he gets made awful from the butcher.
He did his own butchering outside his room.
That's where he made the offal into the cat meat thing. But he didn't actually butcher anything himself. Well, I guess you can call it butchering when you chop offal into smaller pieces, but...
Okay, go see the cobbler.
Well, we were told to see the doctor.
Hmm?
Oh well, we can do the cobbler first. Sherlock said go see the
Perhaps his
doctor.
cousin, the cobbler, knows.
Yes. And then the last thing that we heard was Sherlock Holmes telling us to go to see the doctor. But that doesn't get said there, so that's why I'm saying
Hello,
it now,
Mr.
because that
Solomonovich.
doesn't get written
Mr.
into
Holmes, how are things with
the
you?
notes.
Yeah, they've been a bit lazy this last half of the game with making sure that everything that you actually say goes
I
into
heard your
the
cousin Abraham had a problem with his
the
shop.
dialogue notes.
What happened?
If I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us, saying, "It's a Jew who disemboweled these women." Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
You don't happen to have a quest for us to do?
Grateful to you.
To grease your palm?
Very well.
No.
We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Now the game agrees with you.
Yeah, he said it before, but he says it again as well, so that you know where you're still gonna go.
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
That seemed like such a waste of time, the loading screen taking about the same time as walking.
Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock
Literally
Holmes, Dr.
across the
Watson's
street.
friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade, who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is, in this area, often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction.
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
No eyelids. Poor holes in their cheeks.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Wait, are your eyes hairy? No, okay. I thought his eyelids were hairy. But no, we're fine.
Okay.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply. No one will be able to cast opprobrium upon our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured masses the inexiges of medical research. A general crisis of confidence would result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumour that you mentioned in your letter when I met with my colleagues. It turns out to have grounds, and these are the specifics that I was able to obtain. 18 months hence, an American doctor in London did in fact contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen, freshly conserved in formalin, with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus needed, and the doctor proposed to buy each of them for £20 each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands, of that I've been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows what strange consequences would have followed the demands of the American doctor. The rumour of these unusual commissions made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time and has spread to others since. Simple day labourers employed in our organisation considered that the gain of £20 might justify the theft, and perhaps even worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but based on the recall of one of my colleagues, he had the most impressive references. After a bit of research that I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation of this or any other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I can't help but think that he was perhaps returned to London and found someone who might furnish him with what he was looking for.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right, and that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue
He's
the
so
investigation.
surprised.
Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer
You really
lives?
should know better by
I think
this
we should
point.
continue our study. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map. Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map.
Oh, that's
That is where
easy
Martha
when there's
Tabram's
only one.
murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims 2 weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these 2 cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower-class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these 2 men before the killer strikes again.
The police are useless and wouldn't help anyway.
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi, he was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a run at he is.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month.
To the trunk then, I guess.
The trunk?
Yeah, Tumblety's trunk that he left at the boarding house.
Okay.
Wasn't that what he said? That
not
we
our
will
trunk.
hope that he will go to get his trunk?
Ooh. Oh no. No, it is a different color. The danger zone. It changes to a...
Do not.
Actually, I think that's just applying the red filter.
Mm-hmm.
I think this red filter on the map also gets applied to our little pop-up when we hover over. Look at that color. And tell me that that isn't that plus that red filter.
Hmm.
But where is it?
What? Where's what? The boarding house? Where we had the trunk? In Whitechapel?
Okay, Whitechapel.
Have you already put the American trunk out of your mind?
of that place. So
Yes,
in
that,
here.
that was his, no. Oh, yeah.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
This feels like I should make a save.
It does, doesn't it?
It's only been an hour and a bit. Conservative little save. Wait,
Other side.
it was this one though, wasn't it?
No, that's
Oh, that
that's
was
the
the one with the
abandoned
the gas thing,
building. Yes.
and the kitty cat.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion. If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers.
His teeth
like
get
the ancient
shorter in the
Greeks used
middle.
to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me. And not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Can we believe this man, Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him.
I'll ask small children to follow the potential
Listen, lads,
murderer.
When Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
So we're sending the young boy children to follow the guy who wants to go back to the Greek ways.
What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The
To
youngsters
follow
keep
him
giving
to
me this
his
address,
home.
But I have some
His
doubt as
next
to the
home,
actual
yeah.
location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
We are lost, Holmes.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
Okay. Talk to everyone, especially children.
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No,
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
don't go there. He came here and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Oh, okay.
Really feels like we should go in there, but no.
No.
Nothing of
you're
interest
at Miller's
here.
Court, so that's not where you're gonna go.
Ugh.
You're a bit glad they're sparing you the worst angle.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
Really?
Yeah.
It's so gruesome we don't inspect the area for anything.
Oh yeah. There's no way they could put what happened to Mary Kelly in the game in that sort of way.
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders.
I'm
The
surprised they
joint has
showed
been
that much
cooked
of the room,
medium
honestly.
rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
The answer, Holmes?
Yes.
Come and
the
eat your
answer to a
meat.
question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
Oh.
How the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson. Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that...
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Time
Don't
for
you
a
think we
return
should
of the
wait
label
for the
the
medical
parts
examiner's
heart game?
opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out. Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
We have to use the tweezers.
There were incisions in the rib cage, as if to inspect the lungs.
The heart? Is this not a heart? It was a spleen!
The liver was neatly removed.
Oh, that's a breast. And so's that. No, I don't want the... Thank you.
An organ is missing,
Kidneys?
apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list.
The heart. Huh?
There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson? I dread to think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there. Let's go to the cobbler's. Let's go to the cobbler's.
Oh dear.
Beep, beep. Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Hardyman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardyman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Beep beep.
Let's
Thank
go
you,
to the
Mr. Man.
cobblers.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Mm-hmm.
We not there? No, it was here.
No, you were right. You were right for your first time.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business with my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomonovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Hyam Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square. Am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomonovich. Later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
Very well.
Ah, there's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Hyam Levy.
You know, order... You! Waste your time for an undisclosed period of time. Not just yours, but 5 other people's as well.
What?
The Imperial Club.
Sherlock telling the man to, like... You must wait here for an undisclosed period of future time and waste it. Not just you, but 5 people that you care about and that are close to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message for Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
Okay, how do we break in? Well, are there windows we need to look at? No. Cool.
Cole, it's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stockroom in the cellar beneath this room. There is a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place.
Okay, so how do we move a barrel? We have some matches. Can we set the barrel on fire?
This barrel is on a wooden pallet.
No.
I will need a pivot.
Oh, that's different from the barrel.
I will need a pivot.
Okay, we need a large object just right next door.
There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel.
I really thought it would be that.
I have no reason to go that way.
Ah. It's a ship rib.
I should be able to make it tip
A
over.
ship rib. You'll get to it when we eventually, if we eventually get round to doing Indiana Jones. We will find out that the ship rib is the most useful item.
Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook.
My knife.
Maybe if we clean the window.
Yeah. Wipe the window clean. I feel like we need some muslin again to do the whole pretend it's a credit card and open the locked door thing that we did in the
nothing of interest
cadaver place.
Yeah. There's nothing that pops up on the screen though. There's something take, but was that the door perhaps?
I think that's the... Well, we're allowed down here. And the fact that I'm allowed down here suggests there might be something over here. And yet maybe not, because it's about to say...
I have no reason to go that way.
So you wanted to investigate more about the barrel. So much nicer when it's daytime. You can actually see things. So what did you want? The window itself is just...
Can we go...
Closed.
Did you check the garden door there, by the way? Did I miss that?
Garden door? Oh, the one to the right that goes down the little pathway from inside.
No, not that one.
From in here.
No. Back towards where the barrel is.
Yes. Oh, this door that's never been opened before.
Yes.
No, it doesn't appear to be a thing.
Okay. Very well. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no,
that
if
wasn't
it's
one
like a
those
case
things
of now
that
we need the
kinda-
door, therefore it's
Yes.
suddenly interactable. Makes a lot of sense.
It's happened too many times in this series. We need something, but we only have
I have
matches.
no reason
Can
to
we
go
just
that
burn
way.
the place down?
Do we burn down the church?
Closed.
Did not burn down the synagogue.
I have no reason to go that way.
Like, that's all we have, though. All we have to work with is a bunch of matches.
Do we burn down this cart?
Nothing of interest here.
No. What about this way that was before blocked off?
Can
Nothing
you
of
still
interest
enter the
here.
club, by the way?
Yeah, there might have
Or
been
was that,
something in the
like-
room that I missed. There could be. There could be something in the room that I missed.
Was that one of those times when you leave and then you can never return?
We will find out shortly.
The Imperial Club.
We are allowed in.
Okay.
There's a note. The Imperial Club. Today, Friday, November the 9th, 1888, 9 p.m. Informational meeting. Naturalization. How to become a citizen of Her Majesty. The process and its implications. Club members' actions. 10 p.m. Open evening with musical accompaniment. Classical and traditional pieces. Mr. Blum on the piano and Mr. Schatz on the violin. Administration will be closed all day. There is also
a note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders.
Chief Rabbi's reminder. The Whitechapel murders weigh on our community heavily. Consequently, an exemplary conduct must be shown now more than ever, as well as increased vigilance. Jewish establishments such as synagogues, shops, and clubs are likely to become targets. All incidents must be stifled as much as possible.
This may come in handy.
Okay, the coat hanger is how we're going to slide the window hook. Use coat hanger on window hook.
Let's go. Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club.
Nonsense. We were just punished for not fully exploring the room. So I'm going to...
You will not let that happen again.
Yes. We just should be thankful we don't have an alternate vision mode.
Uh-huh.
This may come in handy.
That is exceedingly pristine paper.
Empty tin cans.
Okay. Empty tin cans.
Closed.
Can we use key on closed door?
We might.
Closed.
No. And in case we get seen...
We still have to find anything that could actually kill us in any of the games after the first one.
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is
Time
still
limits
there.
with fires.
I must find a way
Yeah.
to get him to leave his post.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
And
not a good
dogs,
idea. The
and other
watchman
things
is
where it's
still
just
there.
you
I
failed.
must find a way to get him to leave his post. No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place. The kitchen, it's closed, and besides, I won't find what I'm looking for in there.
So...
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way to get him to leave his post. Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
Judgment of the new court, Tuesday, April 6, 1886. Before Mr. Recorder. 419. Morris Phillips, 30. Moss Woloff, 16. And Jacob Levy, 30. Stealing 12 pounds of meat from Hyman Sampson, the master of Phillips and Wolf. Mr. Clure, prosecutor. Mr. Moister appeared for Phillips. Mr. Black and Wolf and Mr. Jofergen for Levy. Samuel Bacon, city policeman, 941. I received information from my inspector, and on the 10th of March at 6:15 a.m. I was watching the prosecutor's shop. Phillips come up to the door and knocked, got answer, and went away. About 2 minutes afterwards, Levy came out of his shop, which was next door. A post divides them. He knocked at Mr. Sampson's door and went back to his own. Came out again a minute or two, unscrewed the bolts of his shutter bar, and then looked around and knocked at Mr. Sampson's door again. There being no answer, he went down the street, 10 or 12 yards, to the corner of Stony Lane. Phillips joined him. Okay.
Was that it? There was no...
Yeah, there was no
further down?
scroll. Or at least I didn't see a scroll. Nope. That's the clicky-clicky of no scroll wheel.
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document.
Sir, I wanted to let you know that if your club needed kosher meat when you have any special functions, I would be available to furnish it to you. Guaranteed by a compliant abattoir, it will be delivered directly to your society at the time that is convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my services. Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Hyam Levy.
There
His
must have been
brother said,
litigation
"Do
between
not
Joseph
accept
Hyam
his
Levy
brother's
and Jacob
meat."
Levy.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else?
This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably inside.
Oh,
need
why do I
something.
fear a slider puzzle?
I need something. I need something.
I don't think it's gonna be a slider puzzle.
This
I
must
think
be
it's
the
gonna
club's
be a
safe.
symbol puzzle.
What I'm looking for is probably inside. The lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see.
Okay, now it's a make things match all the other things one.
Do they rotate?
No, you can't turn them upside down.
Good, good.
That doesn't work there. So maybe this is the edge.
Mm-hmm. Sense.
Well, that was pretty easy.
Elementary.
Quite frankly, a slider puzzle would have been more difficult.
I need something.
What?
I need something.
Am I putting the book away?
These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
Also known as Kabbalah, the power of gematria that enables us to count everything in the worlds seen and unseen. Thus we know that Lester counts as 439, and he is blessed because 439 is also... I can't read those, but which means man of God. Dear Joseph, I did the counting of names for our club's members as follows. Mr. Barth is 403. Bet 2, Aleph 1, and Thav 400. Mr. Hammer is 356. Chai 5, Aleph 1, Mem 40, Mem 40, Ein 70, and Rish 200. Sincerely yours, please tell Mr. Muriel that provided his name is spelled as blah, he is 346. Okay, so B is 2 and 2 is this.
So the name that we needed is Levy, wasn't it? The person we're looking for.
No idea. Let me... So... Yes, Levy.
Mm-hmm.
So we want Levy.
Which we have not. We have L, which is 4.
And we have E.
Maybe.
Hammer. Hamma. E equals 70.
Mm.
R. Mural. I mean, that's got another E. But doesn't have... And it has an L. So... If we already know M and U and R and E, that would let us know what L is.
Yeah, but you can look from the signs there, because there it's the 2 back of the signs have numbers. Provided his name is spelled as something something, because I can't read the signs, it's 346.
Yeah,
So the 2 back there would be
Levy.
EL.
Pardon?
Yeah, so the two the two letters in the back there is the E and the L.
Yeah, presumably. M-U-R-E.
Yes.
Except that they said that it reads the other way around, didn't they?
Did it?
Yeah, that was a whole... That was a whole thing. That was definitely a whole thing that they said. Except that it's not noted down here.
Oh yeah, because Leicester is has the L and first. No, that doesn't make sense.
No, because this isn't necessarily his name. This is not Leicester. This is some other word that has the same number total as Leicester. This is Muriel, though.
Yes. And if you think that that is the opposite, then that means that the two first are the L-E.
That is L.
Yes.
And that L is then...
Which
200?
would make sense considering that it's... yeah.
No, because then his name's too big.
Oh.
If L is 200...
L isn't 200.
Hmm?
L is 30.
M-U-R-E-L. This symbol, which looks the same as
It's
that
30.
one. That one to me. You think it looks like 30. Where's 30?
That is 30.
No, that's different to this one. Okay. Yep, I'll give you... That's more closely aligned to... Yep. Okay, then that can still work. So we've got 40 and 30, 70. Do we have you? No. And I don't get what we're meant to be doing anyway. Am I meant to be placing the letters above these? Okay, I'm meant to be placing the letters above these.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this was N, N was 1, and we said 1 was A. So that actually is the correct first one. This thing is 50, maybe? No, it's 2.
Can you try placing the L?
Yeah?
Because that is
You want it to be... I want it to be this one. Yes. If that is yes, but is there a no?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a red for no. So that is L.
Okay.
So it does spell
so then we
backwards,
know
like
that's
I
that.
said.
Yes.
M-U-R-E-L. What is this? This is 2, and 2 is B. What is this? This is 5. 5 is H. What is this? This is 6. And 6 is in this, unless it's the other numbers.
It's in Mural. So
it must presumably be the R or the U. But
no,
R is 200.
It's the U. It's the U.
So it's the U.
Yes.
This is 40. 40 is Mem. This is 90. And 90 is...
E.
Pardon?
E.
Have you done the algebra for that? How did you get that?
Because it's the next letter in Mural, spelled backwards.
Oh, you were doing it by the... Okay, you were doing it by the spelling of his name, not by... I was like, how did Maury do that math? Amazing!
Symbols, Flubber. You know I do symbols and shapes more than math.
That's why I was surprised. 200. 200 is this, and we know that that is R.
R.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's very funny to watch us absolutely struggle with this when you actually know the alphabet.
Oh, if you can actually read Hebrew.
Mm. Joseph.
That one. Born in Aldgate, 1841. Membership since 87. Home address 36 Middlesex Street, Aldgate. Self-employed butcher at 1 Hutchkin Street, Aldgate. Owes 10 shillings 6 pence, 11 shillings. So his debt is growing. Or maybe that's how much he's paid total? Maybe it's dues paid rather
Here
than
we are.
dues
I have the
owed.
address of this Joseph Chaim Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen.
Do we not just go the way we came?
I would assume so. I'm assuming we don't have access to the map and can just fast travel our way out.
Now there is a rope.
Oh no, there's things here. Okay.
Yeah, there's new items here.
There's a bucket on the ground as well.
We're making a grappling hook. No. I'm surprised.
Why aren't we just going the same way that we came in?
Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
There you go.
Ah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, Sherlock, for explaining why you can't just go out the same way.
What about the window?
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out.
This other door.
Closed.
Walk out even though we weren't supposed to belong here.
No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there. I must find a way
Probably
to
back
get
to
him
the
to leave
office.
his post.
The kitchen?
The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't
new
find what I'm
room.
looking for in there.
Oh.
The
No,
meeting?
that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place.
How about this window?
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out.
Can we fill our bucket
Ooh.
with coal? Oh.
This may come in handy.
I mean, we're wearing our fancy clothes. We can't pretend like we're the coal boy.
I've managed
Can't
to
get out
light
through
a
the window.
candle. Whatever good that... Oh,
Good on you. Good on
do we light the coal pile on fire? No. The solution isn't pyromancy. Now what, you wanted to fill the bucket with coal?
No, not necessarily, but could you
Blast! My exit has...
could you go back up
Blast!
one room?
My exit has been sealed.
And then just
Oh.
oh, there we have a hook thing, probably. Unsure what we need with
I
this,
need
but we can
something.
probably now attach a rope to that.
And then a bucket
Oh,
to the
so we
rope.
cause a loud bang and then we can run out.
No. There's no longer an interaction point. Oh, but there is one over here.
I need something.
Yes, probably where
need
we're
something.
supposed to attach the rope. Or place the candle?
I need something.
Oh, the bucket. We fill the bucket with all the tin cans. That will make a lot of noise. Sure.
I need something.
The other end of the rope? Okay, that the rope is simultaneously in our inventory and in the real world.
And then we place the candle underneath that, so we have a rough estimate of how long we can
Now
wait
let's
until
quickly hide in
till the
administration.
falls. And also quickly save. Oh, straight into cutscene then. Probably won't need a save.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex
Would
Street.
have to say, very strange of the guy to close the door behind him when investigating a suspicious nose.
Yeah. Inventory map. Something Middlesex. There.
Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
Hello.
I have nothing to ask.
She teleports her arms. Okay.
36. Very small
Yes,
door
sir?
compared to the next one.
What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
Perhaps the
I'm
other
Mrs.
door is for
Levy, his
a
wife.
game one-sized
He's
Sherlock.
not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
Oh, no idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen. As soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that
My husband isn't called Joseph.
you aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy.
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy. Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mommy, who's the man that you are talking to?
Oh my god, that poor child.
But this poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children. Go back inside with your brothers and sisters.
Yes, Mother.
The child is the murderer. He's getting
I was
revenge
saying,
for himself.
Mr. Hyam Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mommy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Dun dun
Well,
dun.
he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many Levys in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you will excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Ma'am.
Goodbye, sir.
Daddy!
I must return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street.
Do we not want to
Watson,
tell
not
the
looking
police?
So good.
Whose fault is
No,
that,
no, no.
Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay.
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes.
Ooh, final
Beforehand,
quiz?
I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything
Looks
is
like
clear.
it.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me?
We will tolerate your...
We will tolerate your
Well,
presence.
we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Okay,
Okay.
now we can put everything on the board.
Why is this yellow?
Maybe just to separate like where it came from or something. Like some are from the first.
Ooh,
No.
these might be like different sections of the game origins, yeah.
Mm.
In any case, the same butcher's knife was used in the crimes against Nichols, Chapman, Stride, Eddowes, and Kelly. The murderer knows anatomy. The murder opened them like an animal. The murderer has knowledge of anatomy, which is the same as this
and
one.
And more anatomy.
Leads to the conclusion they were a scientist. They were a butcher.
Yes.
Up here...
upwards first?
Pardon?
Yeah, it was just upwards or downwards first.
Oh,
so.
I just wanted instinctively to go from top to bottom. If you want to go the
Yeah,
other way,
same.
I'm not.
No. I also said upwards, so...
A. Chapman was holding an envelope in her hand. Plus, Eddowes held a thimble in her hand. The murderer likes hand-holding. Or he offered them a gift.
Diverted the attention of his victims before killing them.
I mean, these are... Yeah, I mean, that's nicer, but you could divert the attention by giving them a gift.
Yeah, but there were things they already own. They're picking things out of their pockets.
The Whitechapel killer proceeded in the same way. Sorry? Now I'm annoyed that I can't. But anyway, which ones go in? The Chapman murder took place on the premises. No, let's just pick...
Proceeded in the same way. He proceeded in the same way, roughly.
The killer proceeded in the same way, plus Eddowes and Stride's murderer is potentially one and the same, and the Whitechapel killer had time to kill Stride and Eddowes. Means it is the same man who killed both. He has an accomplice. It is not the same man. I mean, if it's the same way and the same way, I've got to go with that it's the same person.
Yeah.
And then this is if they proceeded in the same way. It's the same way.
It's the same man.
So Nichols, and Chapman, same person. Stride and Eddowes, same person. Nichols' killer is a strong man. They're the same and the same. Strides is a strong man. Strong. Everyone is presumably the same person.
Yes.
He's strong.
Yes.
Strong plus same person plus throat slit like other people. He killed everyone.
Killed everyone? Yeah.
Why does it feel like this is weird that it doesn't connect to anything? Oh well.
I think it was just important at the time, as a, general thing.
Chapman's uterus was removed and taken. Eddowes' kidney and uterus were removed. Kelly's heart was removed the same way as the other murders. He removed victims when he could. Jack the Ripper lost the organs of some of his victims when he examined them.
No.
No, it's...
Removed when he could.
Kelly's organs were detached. Kelly's lungs were subject to incisions. The liver and lungs went small incisions. He wanted to verify the health of his victims. He kept going at his victims. He hesitated on which organs to remove. I don't think he could inspect their health via incisions.
But that is what the Catman said. That they looked at the lungs to see figure out the health of the animals.
So you think he does want to do the animal? Okay,
I
Catman.
think it might be.
No, Catman thing is right. I just, how are they going to, given the tech they have, look in an incision in the lungs to see health? But whatever.
I guess it's if the lungs look blackened or if there's any deformity or that sort of thing.
The murderer searched A. Chapman. The murderer searched
I'm
C.
not
Eddowes.
saying that it's
sensible, yeah, but it's
100%.
story sensible. It's not real world sensible. It's story consistent.
It's sensible for the time.
Both.
I mean, people did think that they had science and medicine figured out.
He searched both of them. He was looking for money or objects of value. He was looking for something that they stole from him. He was setting up a ritual around the bodies.
I would say ritual. Not like in a black magic ritual, but it's definitely more of a ritual thing.
Says
but
no.
Apparently not.
He was looking for stuff to steal. It's a bit.
Fair enough.
Stealing plus the rings were worthless equals...
Yeah.
He collects trophies or is poor. I would agree with both of these. Also potentially a fetishist. All of these sound plausible. But less so because he was looking for objects of value, so presumably poor.
Yes.
And then we have one that I haven't actually clicked, my bad. The wounds on C. Eddowes' neck reveal that the murderer is right-handed. Right-handed, 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 right-handed. Right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bit... Right-handed, 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 right-handed.
Well, one of us right-handed or left-handed, question mark.
Oh, yes, we needed 6 repetitions. Well, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 repetitions of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Blue, yellow, yellow, yellow. Eddowes' piece of apron was found in Gloucestershire Street, near the message accusing the Jews. Plus, the killer left a message accusing the Jews. Equals... Jack the Ripper wants to accuse someone who lives in Goulston Street. He has a score to settle with the Jewish community. He wants to put the police on the wrong track.
I would think it's more community than a single person in Goulston Street, but it could be Goulston Street.
Community is agreed. Syphilis deforms the face. Eddowes' cheeks were slashed to become thinner, and Kelly was disfigured. He wants to give his last victims the appearance of syphilis. He wants to rip off their faces. He wants to disfigure them to cause a sensation. No, he wants them to look like they had syphilis.
Mm-hmm.
He wants us to compare him to a terminal illness. He was confronted with syphilis.
Probably confronted with.
I'm not sure I understand what they mean by that, but...
Perfect, Watson.
Like, it affected his life more than he suffers
Jack
from
the
it.
Ripper is, Watson.
Oh, we've introduced a new board.
Ooh, new board.
Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
The killer is poor implies not you. Hmm? Oh, I can't, like, make it negative. Because, like, the killer is poor implies not him, and it implies not him.
Mm.
But why does it let me pick up multiple of them? Or maybe we stack up a certain amount, and whoever has the biggest stack is declared the murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Workman's clothes. Well, you have workman's clothes. You have workman's clothes, and you have workman's clothes. No?
No.
Really?
That's not workman clothes.
I would have said yes to that. I don't think that the...
Hmm.
But whatever, the cobbler is apparently a fancy man.
Mm-hmm.
The murderer is X amount tall. How am I meant to know how tall all of these people are?
We know that Jacob Levy was because wife said.
But for the other people, are we just supposed to test?
I guess? Seems a bit strange.
Do we go...
Walter Stickett didn't seem like a tall person.
didn't seem like it at all. He was always sitting down.
Yes.
And
but
laying
I'm thinking,
down, and he
like,
was
James
shorter than the
Hardiman,
woman.
James Hardiman has been in the scenes, he seems tall like Sherlock, but it could also be just a tall hat. So.
We'll leave that alone. The murderer has light-coloured hair and moustache. He does have light hair. But he doesn't have a moustache. You have a moustache. No. You have a moustache, but you don't have light-coloured hair. His hair is dark. We know that the child has syphilis. Why won't you let me stack? Yeah, that's better. He has the syphilis connection with his poor child. He's seeing about 8 million prostitutes, but we don't know for a fact.
So far not had a thing.
Lives...
But just for my own curiosity, could you please put syphilis on Dr. Francis Tumblety?
No.
That is historically inaccurate, but okay, I'll give them that.
What, did he have a wife or... No, he doesn't... Presumably he doesn't have a wife.
Yes. But I had to check this up, you see. Because his name reminded me of something, so I had to get Miriak to get a book that I have downstairs from when I went on a Ripper tour in London way back. And he was actually a legitimate suspect.
And the book says?
The book says, if I could find it there, let's see.
Oh, you've actually got the book right next to you at the moment.
His explanation for his extreme misogyny was that he had once been married and had discovered only after their marriage that his wife was a prostitute who was still plying her trade.
Still?
And I think they said something directly about...
Still plying her trade. Whoa!
Yes.
So this is historically wrong, sure.
Maybe.
At least he claims. He claims, yeah.
He claims.
Do we trust crazy have hundreds of uteruses in jars and in a trunk man?
Which he also did.
Has a score to settle with the Jews. He does. Does anyone else? Not that I know. Not that I know.
Oh, there's a new suspect that has been recently found. Polish dock worker.
Well, we know what Wikipedia rabbit hole Maury will be leaping down later.
Well, to be fair, I went on the tour in 2008, so my book is sorely outdated.
Oh, yes. All new theories in the last 20 years.
Okay, I don't think you understand how seriously the Ripperology goes when it comes to this thing. There are societies dedicated to figuring out this thing. People collect memorabilia from it like crazy. It's insane.
I'm gonna go with this man is poor. Yes. Poor.
Yes.
Poor Catman is poor.
Yes.
Do we think that the cobbler is poor?
He doesn't seem particularly poor, but he doesn't seem well off either.
He counts as poor. I don't think either of these will count as poor.
No. I don't think I mean, he lives in a poor neighborhood, but I think that's more by choice than anything else.
I don't think, yeah. If he's traveling to another country and he's offering to...
Yes.
Bribe...
And he was willing to
bribe with gold
universes.
Coins.
Yes. But Jacob Levy is probably poor.
So who's strong out of the cobbler is presumably strong. No? Well, you are strong. Is anyone else strong? Maybe you, because you're a workman?
You didn't forget to put poor on Jacob Levy, by the way.
You did put it poor. Yes. Now, where was the strong? Do you count as strong?
I mean, they do like the name Jack, don't they, for all of their serial killers.
And that Jacob is like Jack, therefore it must be him. How do we know that? Yeah, we know you're a butcher, so that's also against you. You might count as a butcher. Yeah, he does. Nya 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 nya, Maury. He counts as a butcher.
Okay, fine. Okay, technically they didn't name him as a Jack, but he was the Yorkshire Ripper, which is close enough to also being called Jack, I guess. Sorry, got distracted by chat.
How am I meant to know these people's heights for everyone else? Do we brute force this?
Just brute force that one. I'm okay with brute forcing that one.
No, no one else is that height.
Okay.
I want to test if you count as having light-coloured. No. Lives in Aldgate.
Yeah.
I don't think we know anyone else that lives in Aldgate.
No. No, not at all.
Like, my problem is, what if you have to get every single one as full as it can be? For some of these ones that we just don't know? Like,
I don't think so. I think it's just fill up for Jacob Levy at this point.
So you think find whichever one I haven't done for him and... Okay. We have done confronted with syphilis. We have done poor. We have done... Izzle was a butcher.
Has a score to settle.
We've done score to settle. It's in the middle.
Yeah.
Possesses great physical force. Yes. Workman's clothes. Yes. No. No, yeah, that was 2.
Okay.
Lives in Aldgate. Yes. 5'3". Yes. And then right-handed. Yes. So we've done all of them.
Okay. Okay, so we have done all of them. Okay, so
This
I
is
guess
the
we do
final
have to
deduction. You
figure
must
out more.
determine who Jack the Ripper is. The 5 principal suspects in the case are represented at the top. You must assign the features that seem to correspond to the subjects by placing them under their images. The suspects can have between 1 and 10 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1 and 10.
9, 10. Yes, they have all 10. To move a card, blah, 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 blah. Be sure not to assign anything to the suspects that hasn't been proven. Once positioned, the card changes colour. A feature correctly placed is identified by a green card. An incorrectly assigned card is surrounded by red. To solve the puzzle, there should only be correct cards under the suspects indicated by green. You must remove or replace the cards in red. Once all of the cards are assigned to the correct suspects, that is to say, once they are all green, you must place the face of Jack the Ripper on the mannequin to the left.
Okay, so in that
Can I
case,
grab
we're
the
gonna have to
face?
assume that we need to place everything that's true. So what do we know about Dr. Francis Tumblety? We know he's right-handed, and we know that he has great physical force. Like he had been being very forceful with the men.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else we know about him that fits with this that we have proof of.
But it's not like we run out of cards, right?
You do?
Do we?
I think so.
Oh, the number is telling you how many of each thing there are. But that means that we need to get rid of... You also used to be a butcher. But that means 2 more people need to have been butchers.
No. It's 5 out of 5 possible. You can't have just 2 cards and then... You have 5 of every card. So that you could technically place 1 card on each of them.
Well, because the way that this was worded made it sound like you had to use all the cards to me. And that's why I was confused by, like, there are too many of them. There could be 5 of all of them. if someone has all the things. Like, if everyone is right-handed, like there would need to be 5 right-handed ones. But if only 2 people are butchers, there would need to only be 2 butcher ones when we have the option for...
Could you put Jewish
2
community on the Abraham? Since he
Okay.
is affected by that.
He doesn't like that something has happened, and now we need to drag you to here.
And there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying. But some aspects of this case are still unclear, at least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children. He is an angry man in despair following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
Why does he only kill
it's
such
their
miserable
fault, not
prostitutes?
his.
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman, and the others. At one point in his life, he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes. Thus, it was they who infected him, and they who must pay.
Well, at least it's not Catman.
Why did he remove the organs?
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a madman, because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last 2 victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in the butchers or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife soiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
Save.
Just in case there's a fail thing.
Doesn't hurt.
No.
I
mean, it was possible to be wrong with the
us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You're sometimes
Big
a little
Ben.
headed. Moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has a few things to tell you.
Still think it's Big Ben.
Not Big Ben.
You can come in,
Just
Mr. Holmes.
It isn't Big
He's
Ben.
waiting for you inside.
You're
Everything was
supposed to think
organised
it's
according
Big
to your
Ben.
Instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting
And
an
then
explanation
Watson
from you.
start to gloat, and you know it was definitely not Big Ben.
No.
Secret conversation.
It does have a little bit of a interpretive dance feel to it.
Hmm.
Now he's a mime.
Miming that he's writing on the wall. Might want to reload and use subtitles. Feel like we're missing something.
It would probably just say interpretive dance.
Mm-hmm. And then we're losing ourselves to madness again.
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solonovich and the members
people
of his
that
community who, I remind you,
kicked him out.
courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the somber period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
The ghost dogs of Moon Lake.
Don't be ridiculous, Holmes. But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
The murder of Mary Jane Kelly was Jack the Ripper's final crime. On July 29, 1891, Jacob Levy died of a general paralysis caused by syphilis. In the same year, the police filed away the case for good, without explanation. For the general public, the mystery remained unsolved. Jack the Ripper's shadow roams forever in Whitechapel's alleys. The end credits. End speedrun timer. Now that we've attempted to justify our cover-up. Which felt a bit shallow, considering I didn't buy the whole, they're his people when they specifically kicked him out and are excluding him, and that's why he's trying to take vengeance on them.
I think he meant that more as far as the rest of the world wouldn't see it that way. Like, the rest of the world wouldn't see that, yes, he's Jewish, but he doesn't follow their rules, and they kicked him out because he was troublesome like 20 years ago. Yes. They wouldn't listen to that. I can understand that it is a bit... I don't know. I think those last couple of puzzles were actually fairly reasonable. The Gemata, the number, the Jewish alphabet number puzzle was fine, and so was the make everything have adjacent sides that show the same symbol puzzle. If anything, that was a bit more sensible than like the numbers being silly for the only show a certain number of the possible age ranges on the age range mannequin things. Yeah, that one was a bit. Trying to think. There was something else that wasn't that right. There were a lot of, spelling errors that you'd raised before. Yeah. Spelling errors, general. The subtitles not matching the actual... So the people had delivered their lines slightly different, or the lines had changed between writing and insertion here. I feel the further we got into the game, the more there were little glitches. Like walk-throughable walls. Walk through doors and things that didn't look quite right. I feel like that became more later in the game rather than the beginning. And they got lazier with not putting the little "here's how this puzzle works" info help thing in the puzzles. Yeah. Only the very last one or two had them. And you can that's because you check that your last puzzles. Usually the last one or two puzzles aren't designed last. It's the middle stuff that you do last. And are doing while you're under time pressure. Yeah, I agree, Beth and Kat. It was more like his own people as far as group rather than religion. But he's not part of their group. That's the whole reason he's doing part of this, is that they rejected him and... But that depends on how you define that as the people as a group. If they've literally exiled him, I think it's fair to say he doesn't count as part of... He was still a member of the club. They hadn't exiled him. They still talked to him. He was rejected from the club on the grounds of his cousin. No! He wasn't allowed to provide the meat. no, wait, the appointment before it was his brother. Never mind. Take that back.
I think it handled the transition from between being Holmes and Sherlock fairly well a lot of the time. It was less clunky in that, I think, than the other ones so far. Everything worked well in first-person view, like everything. There was no ever needing to change into the other view to find things.
No. There was that one incident where you were forced into it because they wanted to show off their wardrobe mechanism, but that's the only thing.
Yes. Look at the mannequin and look at us animate the opening wardrobe.
Yes.
You must be in this other view briefly. But that was functionally just like in-game cutscene rather than pre-rendered cutscene. I was pretty happy with this, aside from the things that I've complained about at the time. Doing investigations on non-existent people. Right, slowly.
Which I was okay with until we suddenly needed a lantern because otherwise Sherlock
couldn't envision the person.
Properly.
Yeah.
That one was like, okay, I can give them that. It's Sherlock. He can have his mind palace and kind of like see things and put together a clue. That's fine. I'll buy it. It's part of who he is. But when you start introducing, like, no, he needs light so he can imagine it, I'm out.
All right. Any other comments? I think that's it for me. I had a good enough time with this. I don't think they've gone, like, severely downhill.
No. But you do notice that it's kind of like the company has had a bit of ups and downs.
All right, then. Thank you for joining us. I hope you've had a lovely time, and we'll catch you again for the next game, which will be on Maury's side.
Oh, yeah, right. Damn it. I have to run that one.
Yes. We are up to...
Not
Which
ideal,
game
but oh
are
well.
we up to? Sherlock
Testament.
Holmes, Will and... Something in Testament?
I think it is Testament.
Maybe it's just Testaments. In any case, see you then.